So, a word about this project, this Margaret Harshaw project of her students talking about her teaching and how she taught, what she taught and how she taught. I thought of this more than 10 years ago. This is something I thought was very important to do. She always admonished us, do not write a book about my teaching because you can't learn to sing from a book, which is certainly true. You can't. She probably never considered the possibility that somebody could make a video and explain things. This was just, yes, there's television and all that, but during her lifetime, it probably would not have been something she would have thought of. I'm not sure why she wanted us to not relay this information to, in a sense, the world. Obviously, those of us who teach, and she certainly had no problem with anyone teaching, we would teach her pedagogy, her technique, which wasn't, as she said, her technique. It came from the Garcias, but in that sense, it wasn't a secret anyway. If she had a superpower, it was knowing how to teach, knowing how to think, what does this student need, and how can I explain this to this student and make their voice better? It would be a terrible shame and detrimental to the world of singing if what she taught and how she taught, the things she said and the way she said them, if those were lost to eternity. I'm thinking about some doctoral student in 2075 that decides to do a thesis on great voice teachers of the late 20th century. They'll find information about who Margaret Harshaw wasn't. She was considered so highly, regarded so highly, but there won't be anything that they can see, well, what did she teach? And I think that would be a terrible loss to the world. It would be a mark on her legacy. We need to put something in some kind of concrete form that people can learn from, that they can understand. And will it be misunderstood by some? Yeah, surely it will be. But if it's not out there, it will be understood by no one except those of us who have experienced it and pass it along to our students, but then they will pass it along to their students and so forth. And it's like a game of telephone. After a while, it gets diluted. And I feel very lucky that I was, third in line to the Garcias. That's an amazing place to be, and all of us who studied with her were in that situation. I don't think we can keep this light under a basket. It deserves to be told, and I think if she sincerely would have not liked for this to happen, then I think she's wrong about that. She was not a perfect person. None of us are, and if for some odd reason she did not want this to be known by other people, why did she teach it to us? It just makes no sense. So I'm very happy for everybody who has been involved in this project to have shared their experiences and their knowledge and their own stories with me, with us, with you. So that's all I have to say about this. This is a project I have had in my mind for a long time and finally just decided now was the time to do it. I hope you enjoy it.
And I remember her wanting me to put my hands on her body, below the waist and on her one side of her ribs. And she said, this is going to get very intimate. And she'd take my hand, put it on her stomach, then push it down a little bit further, and she would breathe. And that was extremely helpful for me. That specifically, I remember. There's another thing that she did that came to mind where this wasn't the actual breathing. But after you had breathed and you started singing, I would listen to recordings of my lessons and think, what is that noise? Was there an animal in the studio? Because I would hear her, oh, 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 in the background to try to trigger a sensation. And it worked, but I wasn't even aware of her doing it in the lesson. It just was a trigger, and I would hear it afterwards. What was that? But I think it went along with the low breath.
As far as breath, it was the diaphragm was to go as low as it could, and you were to try to keep it as low as you could for as long as you could. Try to stay relaxed, but low, full breath, and keep that breath in as much as you can, and not let the breath be the determinant, but the tone be the determinant. And she alluded to the fact that, the old bel canto school was that you would take a candle and you would sing and the flame would not flicker at all. And that was her point, that it wasn't the breath that carried, it was the sound that carried. Yeah. No pushing, no pushing, no pushing.
She taught me that, to breathe into my back and to really breathe low into my body. I remember her saying, now I'm going to place your hand on my bodice. Don't be alarmed. I wear a very heavy undergarment. And this is what a support feels like, that feeling of leaning into your back. I remember her describing the lower bottom ribs were like wearing a bolero jacket, and those back ribs are moving continually, that there's this sense of leaning into your body. And I know as I was preparing for the Met auditions, she had me come in under any circumstance and sing the triplets from Parto Parto. And I can recall, watching her as I was going up the scale, there was a sense of this and this and this, and as you go up into the top, and I can just see her sitting on her chair, reminding me to feel that sense of expansion and movement in my body. That and making sure that I was feeling that sense of that my belly was, my navel was pulling toward my spine, she would say. And that was kind of it. She didn't ever she used to draw pictures of the rib cage and stuff, but never did she have any, pictures of lungs and rib cage and diaphragm, none of that stuff in her studio. It was really about, this is what it feels like, to really connect to your body and to really stay. She would talk about appoggio, and that there's a sense of like you have a inner tube around you, and the inner tube is continually leaning out. That was probably, and then, because I studied with her for 25 some years. I did 4 years at Indiana, and then she would come to Princeton every summer, and I would have lessons with her after she had taught all day, after I'd watched her master classes and taught all day. And sometimes her terminology changed a little bit. I remember in Princeton, she would talk about having me feel a sense of a sense of pull, and a sense of like I had two thumbs under my sternum doing this the whole time. So what she taught me when I was a master's student in Indiana kind of then evolved later on in her life in Princeton. Appoggiare means to lean. There's a sense of the leaning sensation. It's not, it's not to hold anything. I have that Pilates wheel right here on the music stand. Did I have somebody inhale, and then you feel a sense of resistance to let the Pilates wheel go back to rest, and that immediately engages the core of your body. So to me, I feel like appoggio it's movable. It's not static.
Right.
But I think in her way, as she would sit in her chair and demonstrate, that's how I sort of felt it. What we do as voice teachers is very strange. We're trying to teach somebody how something tastes.
Well, back to that first lesson, I came in probably the highest breather on the the United States, and she introduced me to the first term, low breath, and she talked about. I'd been taught by essentially a choral director, and the only word he knew for breath support was diaphragm, 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 and suddenly I heard abdominal muscles and belly button and low musculature, and I took to that pretty well because she linked it with something that I was, as a basso, I was sorely in need of, and that was rib expansion. I mean, I don't separate, and I don't think Harshaw separated breath technique and rib expansion. I think they go hand in glove. I hope my colleagues agree with me on that. But anyway, that's what I believe now, and that's what I did for 40 years of singing. I was taught, and this was one thing that drove her crazy with me. My previous teacher had taught when I take a breath that I swell the belly as much as possible, and then as I sing the phrase, the belly moves in, so it's there. And he would even have me lean against a book and push myself back from a book. And Harshaw would exclaim, "You're going to get a hiatal hernia doing that." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And so I had to completely relearn the taking of the breath so that the abdominal wall moved in and then moved up. And she was always after me from the first lesson to the last lesson, get it lower, move it lower toward the pelvis, low as possibly can. So low abdominal breath accompanied by, and what I think profoundly affected me along that same area of technique was the lower back, where those bottom back ribs that I learned that's where the goodies are. That's where the richness of my sound emanated from. And so I took to that pretty well. I must have taken to it instantly because that first audition at IU, when I was trying my new breath support for the very first time in public, I got a lot of roles that first season, and so somebody heard something, and I blame her.
So what did Margaret Harshaw teach me about breathing? Well, it was really one of the first things I remember, and like many of her singers, I had the same experience of, I will place your hands. It seems like the ladies were told I wear heavy undergarments, but I don't think I ever heard that. I only heard I will place your hands, and she would stand up and place one of your hands on her lower abdomen and push it just a little lower, and the other one on her rib cage, and she would breathe. And oh my God, the expansion. It was amazing. And this is how you do this. And I can still remember that feeling of the expansion in the ribs and the low abdominals and so forth. And that was basically her inhalation method. And then, of course, the other half of breathing is breath support. And that was low in the body, came from the back, underneath the pelvic floor muscles, and up in the lower abdomen. I think many singers tend to want to breathe a little higher to support using higher muscles, but she advocated, and I think she was absolutely right, those really low muscles, it's the bottom of the abdominal cavity, and that's where you want to find the most energy without creating tension too high up in the body, I guess I would say. So that was the essential method of support, and there was this feeling. I never heard her use the word appoggio. I think this is something she came to later. I don't remember ever hearing the word appoggio in the 1970s when during the time I studied with her anywhere. I think it was a word that was applied perhaps in usage more commonly a little later. But she did talk about this feeling of the engagement of the pressure of the rest support on the diaphragm, and she didn't talk about it in those terms, but that's what she was getting at, and she would talk about this feeling of buttoning under. It took me a long time to understand what that was. I was in my mid-30s before I really understood what she was talking about, buttoning this under. And I wouldn't have explained it that way. I would have expressed it in a different way, but that was the way she had of explaining it at that time, and it eventually made sense to me. I understood exactly what she was talking about once I comprehended that. But the low breath support was the most fundamental thing.
Well, when I that was the thing that I guess with many people that I needed to work on the most, because when I got to Indiana to study with her, I don't know if you know, but I was supposed to have worked with Miss Harshaw at Curtis Institute, and so she and I were a little bit familiar with each other when I got there, and she was familiar with my singing, and I had learned all wrong how to breathe. And I did things with my body. I still am in awe of whatever I was doing. I don't know what it was, but somehow in my quest to be the perfect student, which I always had that desire to be, a wonderful student, before I got to Miss Harshaw, it was like I had this basketball or some kind of ball that came sticking out right here whenever I took a breath. And I'm sure if I kept that up, I would probably had some kind of ripped something, because I was pushing on things that shouldn't be pushed on. Yeah. And so Miss Harshaw talked to me a lot about my breath. And that was it was frustrating for both of us. It was hard because it took me a couple of years before I could take a low, deep breath and feel that expansion. And then while I made sound, not push out here, because I was so trained to do that. And so to be able to slowly pull that in took a long, long, long time. And that's what we spent the most time working on. And I remember her telling me, this is sort of an interesting story, that when she was singing with Zinka Milanoff, that she felt she could watch her and watch her back expand, and how that was an incredible sight to see Zinka Milanoff's back expand, and that I had to learn to do that. And I remember singing at San Francisco Opera when Leontine Price came for Leonora, the Trovatore, and standing there, and it made me I connected with Miss Harshaw so much, because I was standing. I wasn't in the performance, but I was during the performance. I could stand in the wings and watch Leontine Price's back while she sang that, what is that, D'amor Solada, that second aria that saw it. Oh my goodness. And I just felt like I was seeing what Miss Harshaw saw in Zinka Milanoff's back. It just, tremendous expansion. Then holding it out there, that was, learning how to breathe was a huge thing for me.
For me, again, my voice being a sort of a very light lyric, leggero voice. I look back now and I think, I was a real tenore di grazia, a Tito Schipa kind of voice, or a Valetti kind of voice. Very flexible, high notes for days, And so I think, and so when I came to her, I could already do that. She told me, I remember in the very first lesson, she talked about We talked about depth. We talked about, of just everything. And that's what she said. She said, your voice just needs a little more body. And that did it. Mm-hmm. And I remember in that first lesson, it felt totally different. But we did the breath stuff. We did the, the thing where she gets up and she said, I will place your hands. She would always do that. And so you could see about the expansion. And that was kind of a revelation for me. But it really helped me to ground my voice low. Yeah. And to feel that, that expansion and keeping the sternum still and all of this stuff about letting the lower ribs, the floating ribs, let those expand into the back, all this kind of stuff. And my voice just took to that like a duck to water. And so it, like I say, from day one, that breathing made a huge difference. And then of course it went into throat and all that other stuff. But the support was like I said, that was probably one of the first things that I really noticed that it made a difference in my voice.
Breath was everything. Breath was everything. If you didn't learn to do that correctly, that meant everything else was going to get a Band-Aid. You were going to have to tweak it. You were going to have to do this or that or whatever. So it started with breath. And I'd finished a 4-year undergrad degree, and I thought I knew how to breathe. Kind of not. All I knew was it took air, and I could take in quite a bit, and the distribution eluded me. To a great degree. I was trying to hold on to it. And so the first, I'm going to say, at least semester of my grad work was about breathing. I don't know that I sang through a whole song for 3 months. We would do pieces of lots of different things. And she would want me to feel the ability to pull the breath through my body. And before, everything was just take a lot of air and hold on to it and have that, pressure going down. And I didn't get the other. And I could still make plenty of sound not doing it well. And I think that's why she was so insistent that I really learned to do this right. Because what I was doing was going to not take me very much further. I can get by with a lot of things on youth, and then you can't. You just suddenly are in trouble. And so it was a redo. And that's always frustrating when you're 21, 22 years old. It's like, oh, do I really know nothing? And then, I don't know, one day I just thought, I'm just going to do exactly what she's saying. I'm not going to try to relate it to anything I even know. I am now an open vessel. And it was kind of one of the better decisions I made that year. It's like I watch a lot of baseball now, and it's like when you see the pitcher shaking off the catcher. No, I'm not throwing that. I'm not throwing that. That's the way I went into it in the beginning of, no, I know what I want to do. You tell me what we should be doing together. I'll do my part. You do your part. And it wasn't going well enough. And so now it was kind of like, whatever you want me to throw, I'm going to throw. And that's when it turned around for me in a whole sense of technique. Don't try to reinterpret. Clean. Start clean and do what she's telling you to do. And then suddenly it made more sense. And she would stand up and say, okay. And she would always start with, don't listen to the sound. I no longer make that sound, but I can still do this with my body. And she would put her hand on my hand in her lower belly, and she would just sing a couple notes, or even one long note, to let me feel how she pulled that air through her body. And I'm like, okay. And suddenly I was very excited about it because I could identify something. That was the beginning. And there wasn't a lesson that I didn't kind of redo and re-engage and think about that every single time.
Well, in the first lesson, the same thing I'm sure happened to a lot of people. She calls you over and she stands and places a hand here, your hand on her belly, and then don't worry, I wear a heavy undergarment, and all that, and emphasized right away that we have to release to bring the breath in low, and And then just before you sing, you engage that lower tuck in, and it's all then managed. That's not really the word, but let's say balanced by the appoggio, which for me we focused at the sternum a lot. That the sternum itself was as though it were suspended outward. And so appoggio had a lot to do with that sort of fulcrum, and the upper ribs just under the shoulder blade expanding. So all of this is, you could call it support and breathing related. Yeah. I remember more than once, and this is something I use frequently, she talked about support. Support is about the breath we don't use. And singing on the interest and not the principle, and those kinds of concepts, and some of those words actually she used. As far as breathing and with that full breath, it settles the larynx down. It draws the larynx down to a place that we do not disturb it. We manage that inhale energy. I don't know if she ever called it that. But that adjustment, that place physically that happens during the inhale, and to feel the inhale of the breath, the coolness of the air up on the formerly soft palate, and all the way back and down.
For me, what I remember most is I would have come in, because I came in as a graduate student with her, I would have had some concept of a pulling in below the belly button. She did talk a lot about the birthing muscles. She's like, they're the strongest muscles. Women can pop babies out with them, so you should use them. So I remember her saying that. The other thing is I had no concept at that point of expanded rib cage at all. And I remember she would tell me, all right, when you go to this class in Ballantine Hall, which is a big classroom building about, I don't know, half a mile away, she said, you're going to expand your rib cage and you're not going to collapse it until you get to Ballantine Hall. And then when you come back to the music school, you're going to do the same thing. Because she used to, when she would go to work at the telephone company, she would get, I think, off the bus, and she'd have, I think she said 4 blocks. I could be wrong about how many blocks, but she'd have that many blocks, and she'd expand her rib cage until she got to work. And she said, that's how you're going to strengthen all of that. And the other thing that she talked about that was so helpful for me, because I was a young woman in those days and always trying to show everybody how thin I was constantly pulling my stomach in, and I could not always release those muscles down there the way I can now. And she talked about the sternum and how the sternum goes forward, and then if the sternum is going forward, well, then those lower abdominal muscles are pulling in. So I could control my sternum. I could control thinking forward with that, and then those muscles cooperated. So if I couldn't always release them in an inhalation, I knew that I could at least get enough air out to get through a phrase, and then they were so far in, they had nothing else to do except come back out. So I have found that with my own students to be super, super helpful, because I think, I teach a lot of people who are exactly in my shoes, and especially if you get an ex-dancer that pops into the studio, and I've had a handful of those that, somewhere along the way they decide to switch into singing instead of dancing, and they really have a hard time releasing. But if I can get their sternum in action, just like she said, it really, really helps. So I would say those are the 2 big things that I remember that she talked about breathing. But definitely the idea of expanded rib cage, expanding it the whole time, and then pulling in from very, very low. I do remember, and I bet you've gotten this, or you will get it multiple times. She would let you feel her expansion. And you'd get ready. She said, now I'm going to place your hands. And so she would place her hands, and right before she placed your hands, she's like, don't worry, I wear very heavy undergarments. And she did. So, and I've laughed about that with so many other Harshaw students because I think she did it the exact same way for everyone.
She used to tell me, breathe from your hooses. And she always talked, I mean, she didn't necessarily say use your pelvic floor muscles, but she did make a remark once about, by the time you got to the end of a phrase, things were pretty tight down there. The implication being that you could probably hold a quarter between your butt cheeks if required to do so. And she was very emphatic about it. And I was very slim at that time. And she said to me, I'm sure you had your dance lessons as a kid and your mother always told you hold your stomach in and blah, blah, blah. She said, well, don't. She said, at least not when you take your breath. She said, you can hold it in as you use up that air, but you're going to need to be able to relax your abdomen, the area between your belly button and your crotch at will. So just get over that part. And I did.
So I think when I started with Miss Harshaw, I didn't know. I was singing a lot on my natural abilities with some information that I hadn't really understood. So this was a hard road for her, as it would have been for any teacher. I would say that the first thing she would talk to me about is my back. Especially, we talk so often about the back and how much the back has to do with the strength of the breath support, and how important it was to feel this air coming, and boy, I remember her talking to me about how do you, when you inhale, what do you feel? And I just remember thinking to myself, well, it's strange, but I kind of feel like the air goes like this. And she said, that's absolutely correct. And I'm thinking, I don't know what you're talking about, but I get it. I understand the feeling you're going for. And of course, she would talk to me about feeling it all the way down into my boot, and having this feeling of it's a kind of like a soft strength. I can't, because I don't, she would say, I can remember her saying, if I was singing and somebody bumped into me, well, they'd go cannoning off to the side because I was like this, and that was always hard for me to understand. And even today, it's still hard for me to understand because I didn't get that. I didn't get all that way with her, I suppose. But I was always aware that it had to start from down here and I had to feel it up here. And this is oddly enough why Rossini was always difficult for me, because he left me so little time so often for the real breath that I knew my Rossini career was limited. And it wasn't just because I went to Pesaro and heard what real Rossini singers sounded like and people who understand how to do it. I mean, I knew that wasn't me. So that was those things in particular, especially the back, and especially that feeling of that there's a tucking under, and when that tucking under happened, that was the base that from which all the air flew. And so I still sing with that feeling all the time. And of course the other thing connected to that breathing had to do with the soft palate, which when the air came in, the soft palate had to raise. And so that has become a naturally ingrained part of my singing technique, where happens like that and this thing goes up. I often wish that I'd incorporated it into my speaking, actually. I wish, because often, and it must have been the same for you, I mean, I could sing Hofmann twice and not be as tired as singing Hofmann one time, but then having to go to a party afterwards and talk for 2 or 3 hours to people about whatever I was doing. I always found that so. I would wake up the next day wrecked, and it was because I didn't treat my speaking voice with the same care as I treated my singing voice.
Other things specifically, let me just check my notes here.
Everybody seems to remember her saying, "I will place your hands."
Yes. And I do the same, and I warn them now. I'm not going to touch a student in this day and age without
Yeah.
warning. But that was very helpful for me.
Yeah, yeah. So, I would always go back to, I remember her saying, singing was simple. It's, low support, open throat, and high placement. So how did she explain the idea of open throat?
I remember hearing the words cusp of a yawn.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if that was something she used with other people, but that's the only thing I can remember. I do remember a lot about relaxing the larynx and
I think that is one and the same. Relaxing the
Right,
larynx and
right.
open throat.
right. I remember that more than open the throat. It was more about relax the larynx.
The body's natural reaction to pain or stress is to tense up. You hit your thumb with the hammer. The first thing you do is you like that, or you burn your finger. You go, you tense up, and that's your brain telling your body, turn up the volume. You've got pain going on here. Well, you've come home some afternoon after a hard day, and your neck is just as tight and tense, and you've got that tension headache. That's your body saying you should not be doing what you've just been doing. It's turning up the volume on pain and so forth, or that tension. She said singing is a stressful and very athletic endeavor, and you have to train your body physically and mentally to react in the opposite direction that it's naturally going to react to. So a lot of that, I told you for many lessons, it was just doing the scales and making sure that things were even. But a lot of that was just simply making sure that I was training my body to mentally and physically relax. Not relax in the sense that people think of relaxing, which is the body kind of collapsing on itself, but relaxing and stretching out in the way that, say, a ballet dancer has to elongate their muscles. The other thing about yawning is when you yawn, the soft palate goes up. If the soft palate is not up and closing off those nasal passages, then it's going to have a nasal sound if you're projecting it forward. But if you've got that full open-throated feel and placement, then you can place it as high as you want in the mask, and it's not going to have a nasal sound. Yeah. And very often she would have me do a scale and, do the pinch your nose to make sure that it wasn't being nasal.
Yeah. Lift your palate. Allow the jaw to release. Allow to have a sense of surprise in the back of your throat. And, fortunately, I have the physiology in my throat that allowed me to do that, to find that. She would talk about lift, up and over and forward, lift and up and over and forward, so that there's, and I know that like Nicolai Gaida, when he teaches, he talks about you pull back to find forward. And I know that's what she talked about. She even talked about a slingshot, that sense of this, that sense of stretch. She used to wear a bun, of course, and she would sit in the audience and I know from my friend Kevin Langan, she was doing this a lot, and he was like, she said, I had an itch. I love Lamperti's. You're probably going to ask me about this. Lamperti's says vocal placement is an anomaly. That if the throat is made free and the pressure stays below it, the voice will place itself. And I seem to recall something like that from her, that feeling of that the larynx needs to float and the throat needs to be free and open so that the voice can go up and over and out.
Well, the interesting thing about what you said about the rectangle is I remember her talking to me about, especially as you go higher, to pull this direction.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Which is
and I talk about vocal flair, that there's a sense of, I mean, she even drew a triangle, that as you're going up, there's a sense of, she said your back molars should feel like they're moving.
Exactly.
She talked about this spot here, the clavicle, right? These two bones here, and she talked about this, and I should know the name of it, but she called it the little dippity do. I remember that, and she said when you take your breath, it should separate and go low, and she said there's your open throat, and she said, and then the larynx will just relax into that, and she was very specific about that spot, that niche there, and the larynx dropping down, and that was, she talked a lot about, that term open throat. She didn't use those two words with me often at all, but she talked about the term space back there. She used the term space probably 9 times out of 10 being open throat. Oh, along with that, certainly head position was another thing that, I mean, I was like a downhill skier, right? I had my chin and my head over my toes, and that was a real challenge for me to get my head over my torso so that I had and there's the gesture, the famous Harshaw gesture, the up and over and there. And so that, of course, I believe to be part and parcel of open throat as well.
The concept of the open throat wasn't something that she spoke about explicitly, but she talked about lowering the larynx and opening, and this, of course, made the throat feel open. So I think her whole concept of doing this, of feeling, she talked about, the first way she explained it to me was to feel these two parts of these bones that are into the collarbone. And even though they don't move, she said, imagine that you can move them sideways. And when I did that, I felt all of a sudden my throat open. I had never had that experience before in singing, of my throat being so open. And I opened it up and it was like, wow, this is huge. And of course, eventually I found a lot more of that. But it wasn't just here. It made the whole base of the neck feel open. And with the space that she talked about up here and in back, that all of this opened and opened up this way, and that you found all of this space, this all rather connected. And the feeling of the open throat is more the feeling of the larynx being low but relaxed, of floating a little bit, of just having that lower position but not being pressed down into that position. You can take the back of your throat and push it down, but that's obviously not what we want to do. But to open and then feel the larynx descend. She had me feel her larynx. I remember that. She would put my hand on her throat and do that, and I was like, wow. No one had ever talked with me about lowering my larynx particularly, but there it was. And this feeling of opening here was broad across the chest. It was almost like the pectoral muscles were expanding sideways. And that got into the expansion of the rib cage laterally and in the back, and feeling all of that, which went with support, so that you weren't letting the rib cage collapse, and the feeling of the breath going down and under and up again. So that was an amazing thing to find that. So what about the open throat? Was that something she addressed with you? And how?
You know, I don't remember her saying that open throat, but she used to, maybe she did, and I just don't remember, but she used to talk constantly about having everything, free of tension and released. And then she would talk to me about stabilizing my larynx, which sort of confused me for a while, because when I think of stabilizing something, I think of it not being relaxed, and so that's something that I don't say I struggled with. I understood the release, the openness of it, and she may have used that open throat. That communicated to me completely. But I think one of the issues I had when I went there too was jacking my larynx up when I sang, and so I would, that tension, so the stabilizing, and it took a long time to totally let go of that. Mm-hmm. I think where I felt that openness was really there, and I was not any longer putting tension in my larynx, that was after I left, Miss Harshaw. I was on the journey of doing it, but I know what that feels like now, and have for a long time, but I don't know that I understood stabilizing my larynx before that.
So would you say when she was talking about stabilizing, was she talking about lowering it into a relaxed position?
Yeah, that's what I feel. Not in a way that you push it down though, no. But about releasing it and then not letting it jack up anymore. And I'm pretty sure that's what she was talking about but in the beginning when she told me stabilizing my larynx, I thought of holding my larynx. Mm-hmm. And
I could see that.
Yeah, and that confused me a little bit. But see, I was so engaged with my larynx anyway. I hadn't quite discovered what letting it go really was like.
Well, you did eventually.
Yeah, I did eventually.
Now, I remember being about 35, and one day I was singing, and I thought, she always talked about this button-down thing, and I never understood that.
Yeah, I sort of remember that.
Yeah.
Was that sensational phonation between Tilly and me?
Well, no, it was actually a sense of keeping this down, because I sang very much with my chest a lot when I arrived, and she was always talking about this, And I finally realized when I was about 35, I had one of those, oh, that's what she meant.
Yeah.
Moments, where I thought, okay, this needs to be down and wide, not pumped up. So, yeah.
It was basically just about the larynx and trying to keep the throat sort of, this way, and how you did that by taking the jaw, having the jaw go down and back, and feeling the space up here in front of the ears, so that then when the jaw was going back, the larynx is going to go down. It has to. And so trying to stay with that position of the jaw, and of course then the tongue would be involved, all the other stuff. But that was sort of I think, initially, again, when I first started the first lessons, when my throat opened up, then the sound had a little bit more substance to it. And I saw immediately, I think later on I maybe got into some problems with trying that I was over supporting. That's what I said in retrospect when I left her studio, that why I was having problems. And for me, I was over supporting. I was trying to have a voice like yours. I wanted this, I wanted I think I wanted a bigger sound, or I don't know. And my throat just wouldn't do it. Yeah. And so then I got back to getting my voice kind of slimmed down a little bit, back to what it was, but always with the idea of keeping that space there, of how important that is. Something I would try to pass on to my students, and because they were always amazed. I'd say, there's space here, and you do that, and then feel what your larynx does, and because Harshaw did that from the get-go. I mean, I remember
having to do with the tongue, having to do with the arches. the sort of the three things that I recall from her that are so essential: the lift of the soft palate, the engaging wide and up of the arches, the falcial arches, and expanding the space behind the arches. And so those, I sort of call them 3 easy steps to an open throat. I think that was my little clever thing. But that all really is engaging. It's beginning to engage during the breath. And so I think the processes are complementary and largely simultaneous.
Yeah, I would totally say that's true.
Yeah.
I remember the one thing she told me was, she said, you have these bones here.
Yeah.
They don't move. Imagine you expand them.
Yes.
And
yes.
that was the thing that helped me feel that.
Yes.
Time, I think.
That is something that along those lines that I've had to sort of deal with, because as I even reread in my my green notebook over there, notes that I kept in all those lessons, because I didn't record. I would write down notes. I would then afterwards go to the student lounge, get a cup of coffee out of the machine, say hello to Joseph Gingold as he walked by, and try to decipher what I had jotted down and organize my notes. But the tendons, as I think she used that word with me, alongside the larynx, and then in the back as well. Yeah. She said things like, hold them open, make them stay open, which to me, and trying not to be static in a negative sense, just think of that as the direction to go. And so not so much, for me, I think there was a period of time, and I hear this in a lot of lower voices, they will do that in a way that depresses the larynx and stiffens up the tongue, and then the whole sound is sort of manufactured, as I would say. Yeah. So I think it's important to have these words and concepts in the context of fluidity and choice, bringing about things rather than nailing it in and not letting it move.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously that's...
Yeah. And I think a lot of people may misunderstand that over time.
I remember her at one point in time, making sure that you don't stick your neck out in a certain way, correcting that with me. I remember at one time, thinking she wanted this, especially where the neck went into the body, to think really wide through here. I think any of the space that she worked on was the idea of opening up the throat. The tongue position really helped get the throat open. I thought it's because she wanted the tongue along the anterior wall of the throat. And that helped open it up this way, not just this way. I do remember, which will segue into placement, that she said if your breath support is good and your throat is open, the tone almost goes to where it's supposed to on its own. And that was really hard for me personally, because I, in my undergrad, had been a little bit left to my own devices technically, and I didn't know how else to do anything, so I just kind of controlled it, and I grabbed it and I just shoved it somewhere. And so the idea of not driving my sound, which is placement, I had a really hard time stepping back from that. And so I think that she talked to me a lot about the open throat in hopes that I would give up the idea of driving. I unfortunately did not fully understand that concept until after she died.
Which one?
The not driving the voice. Yeah, I did not fully, and so I don't know if that means my throat wasn't open that whole time, or I just finally gave up control. I'm at the risk of sounding like a crazy person. You may want to edit this one if it sounds way too crazy. But this we got my last lessons were August before she died in November. And I was supposed to be there that week in November when she died. And we had really great series of lessons because I'd spend a handful of days with her. And we had really great lessons, and I was getting really close to finally giving up some things that I had been holding on to. And meanwhile, every time she tells me then, Jane, you're driving your voice, I don't think I am. I mean, I really, honest to God, do not think I'm driving my voice. And so we're getting, it's like, circling the drain. I'm getting really, really close in August. And so I was supposed to be in Chicago for lessons when she died, so I was able to go to her funeral. And then when I flew back to New York, I had work coming up, so I had to start singing again. And that was, I know for many of us, the last thing we wanted to do was open our mouths and sing. And so I walked to the piano and I hit an F, the higher F. And I just sang, ah. And I'm like, wait. And I hit it again and I sang it again. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I was driving my voice. So there's a part of me that thinks that was a gift from beyond, because she's never going to get it. So I'm just going to have to give it to her. Somebody's going to have to, higher power must intervene at this moment, or else it's never going to happen. And it was not until the week after she died that I actually understood what not driving your voice. I mean, she would tell me, it's like marking. I just remember she never gave up. I will tell you that. She never gave up on me. But now I realize I must have driven her crazy, because sometimes my own students drive me crazy when they do exactly what I couldn't get out of for quite a few years. And it was sort of the last little thing that I needed to learn. And so, yes, I remember the open throat, but it was so much about the open throat in an effort not to grab and shove, I think. It was, I think I was a unique, well, I know this for a fact. She did tell me that I was one of the most stubborn singers she has ever worked with, and that it took her 2 years to undo all the bad things that I came in doing. I mean, I had every bad habit that there was, because I was allowed to sing opera on the Max stage with zero technique. I just made sound. And somehow that was able to happen. I think she never would have let that happen. She would have not let me on that stage doing some of the things that I did. But I think it took her so long to get me to undo the jaw and undo the everything, that then it took her a while to get me to then do new things on top of correcting all the really bad habits. So I think she just had so much technical work to do that the concept of open throat came in relationship to all the other things I had to correct. Like jaw had, my jaw was as far forward as I think as it possibly could be, because I didn't know how to breathe. And I just think that the specific part about open throat was more about correcting all the other things and not getting me to squeeze through there. I know she wanted a really low laryngeal position, and I think that in those days she could let all of us sing with a really nice, almost verging on depressed larynx, to get us to understand what that was. And that was a different time. None of us were on YouTube or streamed or anything. And I kind of miss those days, because she was allowed to kind of put us in a half-done state for a good long period of time, so we could actually learn how to do this the right way.
When I first started with her and she was discussing the idea of low larynx, which no one had ever mentioned to me, and nobody had explained just how high a high pharynx can be. I had thought, well, it's like a yawn sigh, and I mentioned that to her. She said, no, it isn't. She said it's like the biggest part of the yawn in the middle, where the cat goes creak. She said, do you have a cat? I said, no, but I've seen them yawn, She said, it's as big as you can possibly make it, and then went on to explain that the only time you create that kind of openness naturally is when you yawn or vomit. Mm-hmm. She said, so I'm asking you to recreate that internal setup for the tube out of which your air is going to flow. And so, that always stayed with me. I remember her talking about feeling that I was going to have a little bit of a tug on each side of my neck, that I shouldn't worry about that I might notice it at first till I got used to it, but that was part and parcel of that process. Make sure you have your space, your inside dynamic before you phonate.
Yeah.
And it was very helpful because, of course, if you take that split second to make sure you're set up.
I mean, I can remember her standing here, putting her fingers right here on these tendons and saying, do you feel this? You feel these? These have to be open. If they're tight or if they're in here, then the larynx isn't free. And so I would sing scales upon scales with my fingers, just putting these and feeling like I could open my throat, and they would move out of the way so that there was space in here for the larynx to float. Mm-hmm. And I don't remember her ever telling me that the larynx had to be jammed down. And this is a technique that is being taught, and I understand it. For her, a lowered larynx was important, but it had to be floating and just natural. And the space had to be created for it. So I would put my fingers on these two tendons, and as I opened, I could feel them going out. As I breathed, I could feel them going out, and I had to train myself to feel that feeling. And oddly enough, of course, it didn't matter what. No, it mattered, but what I wanted to say was we would spend a whole lesson working on breathing, or we would spend a whole lesson working on chest voice, or we would spend a whole lesson working on placement without ever even really marrying them, and then eventually she started to put them together, which was a strange feeling. And she was marrying them while I was singing, but I didn't really know what she was doing, because I didn't have her ear, and I'd never been a teacher. And if I had to do that today, I don't know if I could do it. I hope I could. But I remember her also. No, that's something else. This throat being open, that was connected to the soft palate being raised, and these tendons moving to the side so that the larynx could float in its natural state, be connected to chest resonance, but high enough that the upper resonance was still a possibility. Which, of course, both those things were incredibly important to her. You couldn't just have this. You couldn't just have this. A voice with one or the other doesn't work, or it might work for a little while, but it won't work for very long.
I always remember, her focusing up here and talking about this up here. And that was huge. The biggest time, or I would say, let me start this over. You might want to clip here. The moment that stands out most prominently for me in placement did not have to do with high voice. It had to do with a low voice. And her way of trying to get me to, she used words like, it's snarly, it's gravelly, it's gritty, it's grainy. And I'd make these sounds and I'd think, that is hideous. I don't want to sound like that. And she wouldn't let up. She kept at it. And I finally did get that concept. And I realized I can project in the low range with no strain, no pressure, if I will do what she's saying. you know,
Yeah.
I just didn't like how it sounded, but it always worked. And that's the, I don't know if that has anything to do with placement per se. I do remember her talking about it a lot and emphasizing, if you're going to be heard in a big hall, you have to do this. You have to have it. So one more thing about placement was her phrase, it's like a tiny bright light in a deep dark place. To me, that was her explanation of chiaroscuro, which I don't remember her really using that term, but I do. It's a tiny bright light in a deep dark place. That also clicked. It made sense for me.
But the whole concept of placement,
Yes.
was that something that she talked with you about?
Constantly.
Okay.
Constantly. Placement was it. I studied with two other teachers, one academically. I referred to Ralph Appelman. He had his vowelometer, and he would have people singing it, and he would show how far away from a pure E or a pure ah you were. And then when I was in Europe singing professionally in the opera houses in Europe, I studied with Burton Coffin, who was another very famous pedagogue. And he had this whole spectrum of things. I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Spectrograph?
Well, no, it was just a flat piece of paper, but he had documented that vowels tend to modify in a particular direction. And so if you were on, say, a C and you were singing an E, then it should modify in this direction. Well, basically, the two of them were just doing a 180-degree turnaround from what Harshaw was doing. You were just paying attention that the placement never wavered from where it was. And what would happen, much like someone, say, in a river and their head looks like it's stationary, but underneath your arms and your legs are flailing around, you are, in order to keep that placement stable, you are modifying a little bit here, a little bit there, in order to keep it in line. And that was her whole focus. No pun intended. She just saw me as a diamond in the rough, and boy, I was rough. So we literally just started with scales, and I'd start singing, and about the third or fourth, no, you're offline. No, you're offline. Okay, that was better. Now try it again. It was literally like just doing it over and over and over and over. And then when I was done with that, then we'd go do it over and over some more.
An old school method for sure.
Yes.
Forward, 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 especially because I grew up in the South, and, it was... My sound wanted to sit back. I tell my students that the Italian language helps you find that sense of up and over and out. Which is why you train in Italian first. And I'll say, I grew up with my name here in Tennessee as Laura. My husband Dan from Philadelphia, it's Laura. In the Midwest, it would be more Lara, right? In Italy, it's Laura. The ah sits in a whole different frequency. I hear it in a different place. Yeah. It turns over. So if I only am going with what I know my name is Laura, which is what I did when I went to Bloomington from Georgia. My ah was there. And she taught me how to bring it into that place without that elaborate description that I mentioned, that the Italian language. When you go back and read Garcia, they only vocalized on solfege, and those solfege syllables allows you to tune to the frequency of that pitch. So you're not going to be singing da re mi fa sol la te da. That's why thirds and sevenths are hard to tune, because the tongue has to raise and there's got to be a sense of closure of the vowel. But the ah vowel, I have my singers sing a Caruso scale, which is E-A-O-I. And ah is influenced by E going up it's influenced by ooh coming back down. So finding that sense of, brilliance in the ah vowel. And she would talk about, I like to change the name placement to releasement after what that one parody quote, that if this stays steady, that there's going to be a sense of your skull and the bones of your face and your sternum and certainly the hard palate. We want to find those hard surfaces, and that's going to give us forward a sense of balance, a sense of direction in the sound. But that gesture, she drew a skull with the up and over and out. Always, she would think, here, and that's what it feels like.
Certainly, the third year I was in residence there, I think we spent as much time on that as anything. We, my assignments in the opera program have become larger and more exposed, and the absolute necessity to sing a larger role without placement was wouldn't start the conversation, right? And so we talked about, she certainly used the term nasopharynx and the lifting thereof. And another big issue with her was my Southern accent, which she felt caused the tongue to basically occlude the space so that you couldn't get high placement. And so particularly she was very, very, in terms of placement, the tip of the tongue would touch where the gum meets the teeth in the bottom, and it would basically nestle down into that area. So then you've got that doing that, and then you've got the soft palate. She didn't say soft palate a lot. It was more nasopharynx, pharynx and nasopharynx there. And certainly yawn position was a term I heard a lot. And she was constantly demonstrating, and the demonstration, I could see it as much as if it were today. She would go, can you lift there? And of course she was, doing push-ups with her back of her throat there to open that up, so that when I coupled that new, and by the way, all of that for me was brand new. That was new technique. I'd never heard any of that stuff. So I'm doing this, and I'm putting myself in position. But what I'm experiencing are new, vibrant sensations, right? And she would have me put my finger here on the bridge of my nose and see if I could feel some really high vibrations right in there. And she says there's a marker. She said, obviously you can't sing with your finger on your nose, but you can use that in your practice.
So I think placement was the very first thing we worked on in depth, and that she drilled me on. We worked so much the first semester I was at IU. I came in this fall of 1974, and she worked and worked and worked. She started with the ooh vowel. That was her placement vowel. Find ooh up here, lift it, put it between there, lift it high, which of course, again, went with the open throat. All of these things are so intimately connected. You can't just do one or the other. You have to do all of it. And when you do that, everything just falls in place. But she worked with me. I had no concept of placement, and the mention of the word was something that I thought this is not something you do. You don't place your voice. But I understood that in time, I understood that what she was asking me to do was not so much place my voice, but allow it to be in a place. And you never push it there. You never stick it there and just leave it there. It's a matter of feeling it pull through, of it drawing through. And it comes from having, oddly enough, this backspace open. And when the backspace is open and the throat is open, the voice tends to want to go there. And placement is something you have to will. You have to imagine it. You have to feel it and experience it. I learned later that it's a totally it's not something that really exists in terms of being able to measure resonance on this area of the cheeks. It doesn't. The sound comes out your mouth. But if you don't feel this, and believe me, when you have it, it's like this thing that's out there in front of you. It's like you can see your voice just out there someplace. You can imagine where it's at. And when you find that, it feels for anything like the sound is just coming through there, and it's just laser beam forward. And it may not be true, but that does not matter. What matters is, do you experience it? And if you do it right, you certainly experience it, and you feel your voice out there. This ball of energy, that's how I always would feel it. It was like billions of electrons just swirling around and with all this energy kind of in a ball out in front of my face. I could see where it was. I couldn't see it, of course, because it's sound, but I could feel where it was. I could believe it. And that's the result of placement. And when we sing Mozart, it has to be even higher than normal. I always say to my students, Mozart was such a genius. He lived on a different plane. We have to go up to that plane to find Mozart, to sing his music. And once you find that, when you're singing Mozart, it's still not easy, but it is a whole lot easier. It's difficult. It's almost impossible to sing Mozart if you sing badly. You have to find your voice up in that place and just lift it there and let it sail through. It's like your voice just comes through you that way. And that's placement. It's an amazing thing. But it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It works from the support, has to be adequate, and not too much, but adequate and strong. Rib cage has to be open. Throat has to be open. The space back here has to be open. The jaw has to be relaxed back and down. And then the sound just comes out that way. And it is, as a singer, an experience that you can't imagine until you find it. And then it's, wow, this is fun. This feels great. This is just such a wonderful thing. I remember hearing her say one time about that feeling of placement. It's the second most wonderful bodily experience we can have. She never told me what the first one was, but yeah, I used my imagination. So, what about placement? Was that something you talked
about? It's something we talked about, and I always, of course, singing through the mask of your face. Of course, she would talk about, imagining a hole far away and focusing your voice there, and that was always, crystal clear to me. Singing to the balcony, always that kind of stuff. One of the things that I didn't understand was, Miss Harshaw was adamant about you don't talk about technique in the hallways, and I would hear sometimes people talking about, Miss Harshaw said you aren't supposed to place your voice, and I would be like, okay, she just told me. And I didn't understand. I don't know what the confusion was there, but I never even mentioned it to her because I knew she would not like it if I had been paying attention to anything I heard in the hallway.
I think placement sometimes can for some people have a connotation of like sticking the sound and pushing it.
Yeah, of course she didn't mean that. Yeah.
No, of course she did not. Yeah. But so how did, in terms of placement, how did she explain that to you? What she wanted with that?
Well, there was a lot of lift that was involved in that inside here, and then focusing my mind. It was about my placement was always, to me, what she was saying was a mental endeavor. It was not a physical sensation endeavor. It was a mental, like aiming, but not forcing, but the concentration of that, tremendous concentration to do that. Yeah.
I already had a really resonant voice when I came in there, and like I said, I was popping out high C's and D's and even higher. She took me up to a high F once, and that, I remember that. That was funny. We were doing some stuff, and I thought, boy, this is really high. But I was honking it out, full voice. And she stopped and she just said, that was a high F. And she said, well, spring has sprung. and I just, I was like, and then she took me low.
Yeah.
And I went all the way down to a low bass E flat. Oh. And that's when she just said, it's freak voice. It's just a freak voice. But then she said, but most of the time, the most freakish voices I've ever taught were tenors. They tended to oftentimes have extraordinary ranges, So, hello. But I don't know how much of it I could use. But no, the placement thing. It was a lot of feeling on the inside, and she would talk about trying to sort of make the space in the back to kind of sort of send the palette up that way. It was more of a, not just shoot it directly up, but more of a, and what I learned later is the inward smile, that you try and, using the levator muscles and try and pull. I thought, well, that's what she's saying, but that's what it was. And then you open up that, I think she called it a little trap door or something back there in the soft palate. I think Elizabeth Manning used to call it the ooh door, where you would use the ooh vowel to send, and Harshaw said that once. She asked me once I came in for a lesson, she said, now, what do you think is the focus vowel? And, I said, E? I don't know. I thought it might be E. And she said, no, it's ooh. If you want to really learn how to focus your voice, and especially up high, you have to master being able to sing the ooh vowel. And that is, again, helps you open your throat a bit, ooh, as opposed to singing ooh.
Yeah.
And so, but the placement still was right back up in there. This idea where if you look in Manin, this idea of drawing a line here and drawing a line here.
Yeah.
And where they intersect back there, that's the sweet spot. That's where you want to try and feel the voice, because then that will open up putting it in the mask. And she said, but not in the nose. Every mask you ever see, the nose is cut out. You don't sing in the nose, you sing in the direction of the nose. And so you put the voice back there and combined with everything else. And again, it's feeling it. It's not listening. It's feeling it. And so that's what you kind of had to do with the placement. But then there was also this idea of this. I'd be singing and she'd say, no, it's this and this. She said, I can't make it any clearer if there's a damn nose on my face. Here and here, And it's like, well, that's easy to do, but try to get your voice to do that. But she was right. I mean, it's you can. I've since seen all these charts and all this kind of stuff. That's exactly what she was saying. That it was all based in this exact same idea of just once you hit that spot and you feel it, it's like, and she would talk about how your voice feels like it's outside of you. That that sometimes it's I remember talking about Joan Sutherland. I was always curious about Joan Sutherland. George Hess swears that she taught Joan Sutherland. He swears it. And he talked to her a lot about it. But somebody had asked her why she always would sing like this. And Harshaw said, she's watching her voice. She's right there. And then you watch her sing, and you could see her kind of doing that,
And it made all the difference in the world, so that an open throat was now possible, where it really wasn't before. And the idea of it having a ping high and a place for that to be, and then allowing something to open up behind that, but to still sing in front of it. And that's one of the phrases I remember most was, yes, you open up in the back, but you sing in front of it. Don't open the back and then go to the back. Stop, trying to impress yourself on the inside. And that was tricky, because I was so in tune with learning from other singers too what it sounded like. but I was hearing it always on the outside. And so it took me a long time to realize what I needed to be doing and hearing on the inside that was really right. And she would do this thing with her bun every so often, and that was one of those, don't forget to open up back here. And I could see that from, the end of the hall. She would sit in the back row, and whether it was a jury or a recital or anything, every so often that had, a little bun action going on, which when I think about it now just delights me. And at the time I was like, okay, yes, right. It was being more dutiful.
Well, there's the thing that I think she said a lot about the little man who sits on the bridge of your nose and plays a trumpet. And every note you sing comes out the bell of that trumpet. That's a great concept of some might say focus. Well, I guess focus is probably appropriate there. But sort of getting your voice up into that high forward, and she would say tight place. And so that was one for sure. Another one that helped me a lot, especially in the middle voice for me, was she talked about these two little holes, which I believe were the maxillary sinuses, the openings, and feeling that the sound is focusing out there as I sing, which becomes the effect that it has is that the sound is broadened, deepened, darkened a bit, but not retracted. Not overpowered, not over covered, etc. So that's a sense of sort of sinus resonance that was specifically taught to me by her. She talked about, in fact, I have a drawing there. She said, "Feel nothing above your eyebrows," which at times doesn't quite line up if you think about resonance at the top of your head, which is conductive resonance at times, especially in higher pitches. But I think what she meant was not to focus higher than that. Yeah. So those were some things about placement, I might say, and of course the whole idea of placement is that's been made into a nasty word by some. I think as long as we understand that it's an illusion we create with our best resonance, obviously.
Yeah. I always tell my students, I say, it's not real.
Right.
There is no such thing. You can't measure it there. But if you're singing right, it seems undeniable that it's there.
Yeah.
And you have to feel. If you don't feel that, then you're singing in your mouth, and that's what you get, a mouthy sound.
Yes.
Yes. So, yeah.
Exactly. She did say that you need to, when you're singing well, what you hear is your natural vibrato, and you feel the fullness of it. So along those lines, maybe I'm jumping ahead, but we talked about the difference in core and focus. And the E vowel is sort of poster child, as I would put it, for core, which has to do with the breadth and the brilliance of the voice from the body, and U as the rounding and the focusing of it into that place that we deliver the tone. So there's only so many things, right? I mean, singing is basically very simple. Yeah. We have lots of ways to describe it, and when we use sensations, some sensations say something to somebody, they may not say the same thing to somebody else. Yeah. But certainly, I'm sorry.
No.
Well, certainly the ongoing dynamic of the larynx that is breathed down, the palate that is lifted, therefore the high placement, the high forward placement. And she often talked about we go back in order to go forward. She gave me, along those lines, and this has to do with breath management, the idea of shooting an arrow. And I always ask students, now, trick question, I warn you, this is a trick question. Which arm works the hardest? Your left one. No? Okay, so, well, no. They have to oppose each other. You create the energy, and then you get a result, right? So there was this sense of being very aware of some energy that goes back and even down, so that the voice can go up and out. Yeah. Context again.
It's all of this opposition, you know.
Yeah.
You go back to go forward, you go down to go up, you go up to go down.
Right.
Yeah.
I think she maybe even mentioned it once in a lesson about rowing a boat. You know, you're pulling the oars, okay? So the oars are going that way, well, you're going that way. You know, or you do this, the oars going there, you're going forward, you know.
I think she would, if she had a superpower, and she certainly did, at least one, it was finding ways of explaining these things.
Absolutely.
She was always quick to say, there's no Harshaw technique.
Right.
But there certainly was a Harshaw pedagogy.
Yes, there was, and you know, you may have had this experience. I did it my first full-time teaching job. I went into a studio where 2 former Harshaw students had taught. And of course, I was, 28 years old or something, or maybe younger, probably younger. I thought that maybe the method they had been taught, if there were one, was like 180 from what I understood. And it seemed to me like, well, if we're all teaching the Harshaw technique, somebody totally misunderstands it, you know, because there seemed to be no commonality there at that time, and that was just my ignorance and short-sightedness, largely, I'm sure.
She said she tried so hard to get me not to drive it forward. So placement, she wanted it bridge of the nose, which I think I know I tried really hard to get it there, but I sometimes, when I thought about this, wasn't always thinking about the space to balance it out. I remember a lot of discussions about space and making sure that it's a Roman cathedral, not a Gothic cathedral back there. That was one of her big ones. And to keep all the space open. And then, I don't know if she use the knitting needle analogy, which, yeah, she would say, you think of a knitting needle going in your head and coming out this way, and another one going in that way, and wherever they intersect, that's where the sound should be.
Right.
And so that was kind of the placement. But even though she told me that, I had a really hard time coming out of the other thing I was trying to do. I you know, some of the things she said to me about me were offensive because, you know, about the driving, the voice, but on every account, she was right. I just, at whatever, my early 20s, I wasn't ready to hear it.
And she started talking about low breath, low larynx, big back up pharynx, and it's not that these things were utterly unknown to me, but nobody had really discussed them, and nobody had been specific as to just how much space you could make if you worked on it a little bit. She started with me on E vowels, because E, she clearly noticed, was my unfavorite vowel. And it was a real revelation to me that you could actually sing an E vowel and not have it be like right in the front of your face, that the vowel was somewhere else. And I refer to this as the incredible disappearing uvula act. She said to me, I want you to pick up your uvula and get it out of the way. And I was completely stymied, you know. I thought, what? So she said, make your uvula go away. And I said, how? She said, well, when you go home, find the brightest place in your house, probably the bathroom, look at yourself in the mirror, open your mouth, and make your uvula go away. She said, it might engender your gag reflex, but don't worry about that. She said, you won't throw up your lunch or anything. Okay, so I went home, and that was my task for the week, and I figured out how to do it. And obviously, as you all know, it was a revelation to realize that if you looked in your mouth with your uvula out of the way, all of a sudden you had this amphitheater in the back of your mouth, that your pharynx and the back wall of your throat just kind of went like that. And so when I went back for the next lesson, she was very pleased that I'd figured out how to do that, and then proceeded to explain to me that the direction of my breath / voice / noise was going to be kind of an isosceles triangle, with the base being the front of my face and the angle going that way, and the straight part, the 90-degree angle, was going to come out right through the bridge of my nose. And she explained to me, and I didn't really understand it until a while later, just how much noise you would hear in your sinuses when you were singing. And none of it was nice noise. It was rattly, and it sounded like pulling in a radio station through your rear molars, and it was just nothing that I had ever associated with singing. And somewhere in those 4 weeks, I don't think it was more than 4 lessons, maybe 6, she basically said to me, the worse it sounds to you, the better it will sound to the listener. And of course, it takes a while to stop listening to the sound that's coming out of your mouth and trusting the paradox that the worse it sounds to you, the better it sounds to the listener. And the other paradox of having to go back in order to go forward. Because so many of us heard, either through earlier teachers or the grapevine or colleagues who may or may not have known anything helpful, that, well, you don't want your vowels to be back, you don't want your voice to sound murky, you want it all to be in the front. And from my vantage point, the actual opposite is true, that if you don't go back, you won't get to the front in the best possible way. You might get resonance in your nose, but you won't get it in your sinuses, and that's where you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck. So she started me on E-vowels and gave me exercises that were mostly about accessing resonance. And some of them were like a train whistle. There was a chromatic major third going up by half steps, and she said, this is not about breath. She said, I don't want a lot of vibrato. I just want you to feel as much buzz in the front of your face as you possibly can, and you can't feel too much. And so there I was, sounding like, the 745 pulling out of Trenton, and she was she was delighted, and from there we went on to exercises that obliged me to create maximum space at the top of an octave, and then slur all the way down to the bottom so that I could learn to keep that level of resonance in an area that was not naturally as prone to resonance. So there I was for my 4 or 6 weeks of lessons. And at the end of them, I went back to do a second year of Peter Brook's production of Carmen, which was called La Tragédie de Carmen. I'd spent a year in France, in Europe doing it, and then we did it at Lincoln Center. And at the end of the first rehearsal, several people came up to me. They weren't singers, they were actors, and they all said, "You sound different." And I thought, I do? And they said, you sound better than you did last year. And I thought, well, I guess I've come to the right place. And that was that. Mm-hmm. So I never worked with anyone else again. And she changed my life. She always said that I should listen for that noise between my ears, absolutely not concentrate on what I thought I sounded like or what was coming out of my mouth. That was not my job. My job was to focus exclusively on the feeling of resonance, and so that was it. She wanted everything riding above my cheekbones, really. I do remember her saying that one's mouth was a poor resonator, and that she always told me, I don't know if she told it to other people, but obviously I needed to be told to close the front of my mouth a lot, particularly in the middle and lower register. Because, she was busy working on teaching me how to open the back. And so if I was wide open in the parts of my voice that were naturally less resonant acoustically than the higher register, then it was harder to keep the sound really narrow and pointed. And it worked really well. She used to make me put a pencil between my teeth. And so, she'd say, well, you can't open the front because the pencil will fall out. So where are you going to open? So, you open in the back.
Interesting.
Yeah. But the whole idea of creating this artificial space, really, that your body would ordinarily not do, was so eye-opening to me. And over the years, I've had so many students come and say, well, I've been told that if you can speak, you can sing. I don't think there's any relationship between them at all. Because if you put your speaking voice back where your singing voice is, your speaking voice drops a third and gets 3 times as loud. Just because you found your singing space, your vowel home, And so I went forward from meeting her thinking to myself, okay, my vowels, they all have to live in the same cave. They have to live by my ears, and they're right next to each other. And if they're right next to each other, it matters a lot less which vowel you're singing. I used to hate to sing E vowels because everything came forward into my mouth. And all of a sudden, it didn't matter what vowel I was singing, or it didn't matter much what vowel I was singing, because it was the same hole back there, That was just, it was amazing.
Well, she was amazing.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It really was.
Of course, we would talk also about how sound comes up, up the back of your head, and then out in between your eyes, and that's where the voice speaks. Has nothing to do with the mouth whatsoever. And another concept that was absolutely foreign to me. Obviously, sound is issuing from my mouth, but the way the sound travels was from right here. And so, oh boy, do you ever watch Pavarotti singing? Boy, you could see he was looking at his voice while he was singing. You could see him doing it. You could watch any video of him that you want, like, okay, I'll go and watch, I go and watch, And of course you could see that perfectly. And so I tried very hard to find this placement. And yeah, she talked a lot about oo vowel, which was important to her because oo was the best, brightest focusing vowel that existed, and everything ran through it, as far as she was concerned. So, and boy, if I ever wanted to make a decrescendo on a high note, well, I better clap an oo down right in the front of it, or else I will never be able to bring it back in the same spot, or I have to flip to like a falsetto or something, which was always hard for me. So that was a very important thing for her as a focusing vowel, and that's how. If I wanted facility with any vowel in any place in the voice, it had to be sent through that sensation. And really, we're just talking about thinking it. It's not like you could say ah with an oo in front of it. That's not what I mean at all. It's a mental imagery of oo sitting in front of your face, and that you have to sing through that oo in order to give it the focus and the squillo that it needed. So those were all important concepts for her.
I remember her saying very clearly, when you go for a high note, you don't reach this way. You reach that way. Let me think. Also, she said something about when you take a low breath, she said it's like taking a fence post and making a stake in the ground. And that bottom of that stake just goes down in the ground and stays there. And that also resonated with me. And these are things that I remember it clicked. I got what she was saying. I remember when my first lessons with her were after lessons, I won't mention any names, but after lessons with someone early on that I got in trouble with. And I remember going in to my first lessons with her thinking, I thought I knew how to sing, first of all. And what I know about singing compared to what she's sharing with me is like an anthill, and I'm looking at an Alp. I just knew I had so much to learn. But she was, at the very beginning, I was coming out of some issues, and she was so patient and so kind and would repeat until it clicked. I've always felt that her harshness sometimes and roughness prepared us all for the career, because if we could survive her, we could deal with whatever was next. And I appreciated it at the end of it. I remember.
No, there was that aspect.
I remember coming out of one lesson one day and thinking, if she hates me so much and she thinks I'm so terrible, why is she even teaching me? Oh, she thinks I can do it. You know? Oh, okay. Well, then let's keep going. That was a revelation.
Yeah.
But I remember her saying she would have this little pantomime. And when I got something, she wanted to lock it in, make sure I got it. And she would see a look on my face where it looked like that was right. And she'd say, when it's right, it seems like you're shouting in chest voice. So she'd go through this little pantomime of making sure no one could overhear it. And through that, she was saying, don't say this to anybody. And I'm not telling you to do this. But it might seem, when you get it right, like you're shouting in chest voice. And I'd go, oh, yeah. Can you read my mind? But, there's rarely a lesson that goes by that I don't mention something. Some word she used, some phrase, some concept.
Yep.
I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing without her, that's for sure. But I remember I asked her once, it just seemed like, I think I said to her one day, Miss Harshaw, I think you could teach a shoebox how to sing, really. And I said, what do you do if you work with a voice and you get down to the basics and realize the voice isn't good? It's really not good. After you've done your work with it and you've fixed all the problems, the voice itself really isn't that good. And she said, well, it's like you've got a carpet and you take the tacks out and you roll the carpet back and you realize that the wood is rotten. So you take the carpet and you roll it back out and you take the tacks and you put them back down and put it back where it was.
Here is another aspect of Harshaw. She was passionate and intense. And I mean both of those in a good way. I remember one time, here is this 6'6" galoot from Podunkville coming in to do his lesson, and there's two singers from the Met sitting on the bench. She had that bench in front of her studio, and you knew if you had a lesson at 2:00, you knew to show up at 2 and not have anything until about 5 or 5:30, because you were going to be sitting on the bench and she was going to be behind. Because once you went into her studio and she closed that door, that was her world. That was her focus. You were the most important person and thing to her. Didn't matter that there were two people at the Met, from the Met waiting to take a lesson with her. It was now your time. The door was closed. You're her focus. And I always remembered that. Well, just to give you a little bit of background, I have had a somewhat circuitous career path. Went to undergrad, then went to Indiana, studied with Harshaw, went to Philadelphia. One of the smartest things I did was not move to New York, but I moved to Philadelphia. Much cheaper, and the rent that I was paying there paid for a lot of auditions, the train fare for auditions to New York. But went to Europe. I sang in the United States regionally and so forth in a lot of places, Columbus, Fort Worth, Philadelphia, New York, so forth, but really started the meat of my career in Europe, the opera houses in Europe. I met my wife, who is also a professional opera singer, in Philadelphia. The two of us decided never to part ways, because he who travels lightest travels farthest, but you make plans and God laughs. But we got engaged and spent the first couple of years of our married life in Europe, living 7 hours from each other. So we decided family over fame. So we came back and started academic careers. And I had a fairly decent career as a teacher. It wasn't that long, but I've had students who've been on Broadway, students been at the Met. I have several students who are heading up prestigious programs like Ohio University and Peabody Conservatory. So I feel good about the impact that I've had on the students that I did teach. But at some point, my skill set kind of led me to academia, to academic administration, and for the past 25 years, I've been an academic dean, and utilizing some of the skill sets of listening very carefully and staying relaxed and not getting tense. She said, technique is everything. And she said, 75 or 80% of the time, you're going to go sing, and you just are about to get a cold, or you're just getting over a cold, or you just had your period, or you're getting over your period, or you just had an argument with your husband and you're upset, or you just had an argument with your children, or that life about 80% of the time would inculcate itself in some way that you weren't feeling quote unquote 100% and in the groove. She said that's when you have to fall back on technique. If you don't think about and utilize the technique, then you don't know what you're doing wrong when you're doing it wrong. Here's the gift she gave me. I went to Indiana to try to find out just how good I was. I never thought that I was good enough to be a professional opera singer. Certainly not on the international level, until I walked into her studio and she told me I could be and should be.
That is a gift.
That is a great gift.
And that's something that I have learned in my own teaching, is that where I feel a poggio might be different to where you feel it. So depending on the makeup of your rib cage, the sense of lean may be a little bit higher than in my body. So I find that important to make sure that the physiology of the person in front of me matches where they need to feel it, and it may not be where I feel it.
I don't remember ever hearing her use the term, but I know she evolved as a teacher, and the word, I think, became more commonplace perhaps in the 80s and 90s. I don't know.
She said that in Princeton.
Did she?
I remember her saying, lean, lean, lean.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean.
But
I think
the sense of leaning, I find sometimes people have that feeling that they're supposed to lean forward.
no.
And that,
Yeah.
I mean, to my mind, totally wrong.
Right.
And so it's so interesting to hear you talk about it, because that's, what we were taught. I just never heard her call it a poncho, which...
Well, maybe she didn't. Maybe
she did.
Maybe that's my terminology, but
but she certainly taught that.
absolutely. And I know that the back breathing came from Schoenrene. So there was, there's the Garcia idea of appoggio, of, how the pressure needs to remain below the glottis.
Yeah.
But I know bringing in the back is more German.
Yeah.
And that, and that she really did stress with me.
Yeah.
Really using your back. And I go all the way up to the trapezius muscles, making sure that your shoulder blades are also involved. And that's, that also helps release the jaw, it helps release the neck and open the throat. Something that I've learned recently that I think it's interesting. And I usually take my iPhone and with the flashlight and I'll look inside my students' throats. I have at least 4 singers right now. Great big heads, big barrel chests, big necks, big voices, tiny pharynx. When you look inside and you see where the arches are and the uvula, it's like a walnut. And asking them to lift closes the throat. I ask them to stretch this way, kind of like a rectangle. Mm-hmm. All of them had intonation issues. This completely solves the intonation. And I don't know how I figured that out, but it's that's what I mean about one size doesn't fit all. Mm-hmm. And so there's this sense, if trying to round for them, they can't do it. So it's made me wonder, I got to sing with Birgit Nielsen and standing behind her holding my spear going, I'm trying to look at videos to try to see inside her throat because I suspect it was similar because of the way she prepared. It was all very wide.
Yeah.
Everything was this way, wide and very direct. Mm-hmm. So I just find that interesting, and knowing how somebody's makeup is, how their body is, they need to feel the sense of lean and sense of support differently.
Yeah. We all feel things, I think, differently.
Yeah, that's what makes this, I find it, that's what keeps me interested in this, in teaching voice, is that, I constantly go back and read Lamperti, I go back and read Garcia, but I also read other things.
Were there moments after, of course, I know you were constantly every year with her, but were there years where you discovered something that she had said 10 years ago, and you said, that's what she means by that?
Oh, yeah. And that's, she used to say there's nothing like on-the-job training. Yeah. That the more you're on the stage and not in the studio, you're going to find, and also I was fortunate as the first Adler Fellow in San Francisco, and it was their philosophy to put us next to, great singers. And so standing next to Nielsen and Leonie Riesnick and James King, and going, oh, that's what she's talking about. It's lyric. When you sing big stuff, it's lyric. Yeah. And keep your voice up above the Mason-Dixon line, as she would say to me. So I think on-the-job training, yes, absolutely, the light bulbs go off. I tell you, I think the thing that she taught me, and this is something that Polenzani will tell you, he says that we teach very differently, but that she taught me to listen to good singing and to know what to listen for. And I believe that, and I think that happened with all the watching the master classes and the lessons after my graduate studies, studio class at Indiana, watching her work with my colleagues, and, all very different, but we're working for the same sensations. I think that's something I'm proud of in my own teaching, and I think that was the same with her and all of us in the studio. We all had unique sounds, but we were going for the same thing.
Yeah.
We didn't sound the same, which we shouldn't. And so, but the information, the foundational information that she gave me was the seed for everything else I've learned in my now 40 years of teaching.
I studied with her for in place for 3 years in Bloomington, and then I went out into the world and continued to study with her until she died. And sometimes we would have lessons on the telephone. And there was a Verdi aria that gave me just fits while I was with her, and it was one of the national anthems of Bassones, Il Lacerato Spirito. And it was, of course, the recitative that drove me, to despair. And I just couldn't find it. I couldn't find the position and the larynx position and everything. Well, a few years after that, I was teaching, and I would, I practiced all during the day. And one afternoon, I was practicing, and I said, let me haul out my worst enemy here. And it just blossomed. It just absolutely, I knew it was right. I knew it was right. I raced home, called her, and I remember putting the phone on the counter in my kitchen, my little professor's kitchen, and I sang the recitative, and I said, what do you think about that? And she said, this is what I think. Sometimes I plant seeds that blossom early, and sometimes I plant seeds that blossom a little bit later.
That's a great story.
And I think that every teacher worth his or her salt should subscribe to that a bit, that you're not going to fix everything at that moment. You may plant some seeds that may take a while to blossom. We are very fortunate in our brief lives on this planet to meet extraordinary people. And I'm talking not just special, good, nice people. I'm talking about people who are extraordinary, who walk among giants, who have walked among giants. And I have a handful in my life, and Margaret Harshaw is one of them. And I'm grateful. The kids say I'm blessed, but I am truly blessed. And I would not have had the career that I had and sung in the places that I got to go to and have all these friends like Verdi and Mozart and Berlioz and all those people, had it not been for Margaret Harshaw. So I am grateful and more than grateful.
I think in terms of anything else I might say about her technique was that, and I think I've already alluded to this, that it has to be integrated. It's not just one thing. And it is a very natural technique. It is something that happens. It's something the body does if you allow it to. And ultimately, it's simple. Ultimately, it is not complicated. What is complicated is trying to figure out how to get to that simplicity. But I think this is also the plight of artists in any field. As they age, as they mature as artists, is to find simplicity in what they're doing. Being able to paint a white canvas, what could be more simple than that? And yet it takes an artistic talent to get to that point, to think to do that. And I think singing is much the same way. As we mature as artists and as mature in our technique and our skill, we find it simpler and simpler to do. at first, it's extremely complicated and takes lots of concentration, takes lots of practice, and it can be really hard. And it's hard to explain to young students that in time, it will feel like it's just so simple, you just do it. Yeah. So is there anything about singing or technique that she told you that we haven't covered that you think is important to understand?
That we haven't talked about? Well, the thing I did agree with Miss Harshaw on, singing should not be complex. The low support, high placement, no, open throat, no tension. It's pretty simplistic. Mm-hmm. And I think that the challenge for Ms. Harshaw and for all of us that have taught is to unteach the things that are contrary to that. Yeah. And so that's, I think that was always her challenge also, because she taught great voices, Yeah. And so people that needed her help were doing things more than they should do, or I know I was, or doing things that were totally incorrect. Mm-hmm. And you had to go back to, she would always talk about, a baby when they were born, how they made perfect sound and when they cried, and that we had to go full circle back to that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I always think about other arts, and it always seems to me that great artists, as they age, find simplicity in their art form. Mm-hmm. And that's a difficult thing. When you're young, you want to complicate things. Mm-hmm. But as you get older, it's like this tearing away of the things that aren't essential.
Mm-hmm. It's a great life lesson. Yeah. Just not a singing lesson.
That's true.
And that's what I find about Miss Harshaw used to say that to me all the time. Rebecca, you are your voice. Did she say this to you? Your voice is you. Everything about you is about your voice. Everything about your voice is about you. And that is so true in life. It's like, they say everything you need to know in life you learned when you were in kindergarten. I think everything you need to know in life you learned in a voice lesson.
There's some truth to that. Yeah, for sure.
Like I say, there's so many things about the things that she told me that I saw later on. Mm-hmm. That's what she meant. When I would read about, because I was a big researcher. Daniel's not the only one in New York, doing, Bel Canto. I love to read the old treatises. I read the old Garcia. I read the Manin, and Vennard. Yeah. And she mentioned Vennard once to me. She said, I hear that it's got a lot of information in it. But as she said, you can't learn to sing from a goddamn book. Mm-hmm. And which I think she's right. That's old school. Yeah. These are what you use. And the book is just a reminder of some things that you can think about. But I think that, and I saw that when I would read Vennard or I'd read that was exactly what they were talking about. It was exactly the same kind of thing. So it like I said, you probably had the same aha moments. Many. It's funny, like I said, I think there's so much of it that we kind of had to put together later. Mm-hmm. And I think she knew that. I think she was, because I asked her once, and I remember, God, I was so young and so stupid. But I asked her once, I just said, do you ever worry that this technique, this truth, is going to die out? And she said, oh no. She said, it's going to always be here. He said, because it works. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, well, that, she answered that. But that was, it was, and she was right. I think, if you do some of these basic things, and I later, having to teach musical theater, I had to try and see if I could adapt some of this to musical theater. It doesn't always work, and some of the things are directly in conflict. But it's the kind of thing that so I think after I left her, I had a much greater appreciation for what she told me. Yeah. Time that I was singing and I was having trouble I was working on Una furtiva lagrima, and I was trying to do the cadenza at the end, and the alternate, you pop up to the A. And A was a problem note for me, always. And she told me, she said, in your voice, A is in a break. Mm-hmm. And before you get into the real high voice. She said, in different tenors, it can be A flat or A, or sometimes even B flat. And B flats were no problem for me, but A was just she said, whenever you sing A, put it in the same place as a C. Mm-hmm. And it worked. But then I was having trouble getting that A to come out. And I was like, I was so frustrated and so angry, and she could see it. And so she said, let's just stop a minute. And so we were just sitting there, and I'm like, I was just, fuming. And she said, there was in the bush outside her studio, there was a bird, and it was singing. And she said, do you hear that? She said, that bird sings because it has to. And she said, there's no reason why, and so do you. And there's no reason why you can't sing just as good as that bird. And that just sort of, that's one of those moments that I just remembered that and I still remember that because it just showed her, she knew what it was like to just be up against a brick wall, but then stop and just, and regroup. And then I sang it again. And and then it eventually popped out. Yeah. I just had to think it higher than I was doing. But I'll always treasure, those moments like that I, like I say, I mean, she was never ugly to me one time the whole time I studied with her.
I talked to her endlessly, really, about. I think she picked up on my interest in maybe teaching, but certainly helping other singers. I was always interested in what my colleagues were doing, the ones I was on stage with. It actually got to a point I was sort of more interested in helping them than figuring out what I needed to do next. And that should have been a big red flag of my life now, but at the time, not so much. But she and I talked a lot about what we heard in other singers. And I look back on that now and think, oh my God, that was a huge gift for me and changed the course of my life in many ways. So that, and I think the other thing that I think might be most important that she shared with me, that I feel she gave to me, while I grew up having a very good sense of work ethic because my parents had excellent work ethics, and the idea that you strive and you have goals, all of that was in place. Margaret Harshaw put a new definition on setting the bar, how high you set the bar to meet what you want, what your goals are. And she wouldn't even say what my goals are. What is required of you in this art form? What does it mean to be a singer? It's really not about you, dear. Do you want to serve the music? Do you want to be a servant in this industry in that way? And because I was so into the whole thing, how it came together, not just what I was singing or even what my colleagues are singing, who had my line in the orchestra. And all of that was fascinating to me. Not to mention the tiny props that were being made that were going to complete my whole role eventually. Costumes, I didn't care very much about. And I think that's just tied up into self-image, and I don't like to go shopping either. So what you wear, not so much. But what you're holding and what you're using to complete what that character has to say, I was much more fascinated about. So we had lots of those kind of conversations. I didn't know I would need them all for what I do now, but I use them all every day. Every day. And that setting the bar high, I remember as I was sort of transitioning and not going to try to sing professionally anymore, there was days of, oh man, if I just screw this up, or she's going to be disappointed in me for this, or gosh, I've spent all this money on this so far. And I could see how it was a transition, and yet there was some guilt going on and all of that. And I came back to that, but I've set the bar high for myself, and it is now facing this direction instead of this direction. And it wasn't a giving something up for something else. I drug it all in to what I was going to do next. I just think she made that possible for me. You could hear outside the office, because we were always sitting on the bench, waiting for lessons, because they never started on time. And you could hear what was going on in there. And then I would go in, next thing, and she was a different person than the one I just heard outside. And I do think that she kind of washed her ears out with every new person that came in. She also had an incredible memory for exactly what we were doing the last time you were in that room. Better than mine. I started making notes after my lessons. I never felt comfortable writing during the lesson for some reason. She wouldn't have cared, but I didn't do it. But I started the minute I left writing down everything that we'd done. And I did record towards the end of it more. When I got there in the 70s, we weren't really doing that. But yeah, then I got so I was my little cassette and whatever at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was really a superpower she had.
Yeah, I use that every day. She just thinking about her reminds me, okay, I just had a really hard session with somebody. I have to let that go, because the next person's worked in a completely different way this week. It's brought in completely other repertoire, has completely other issues going on in their life. And there are times that's exhausting to me. And then I remember, geez, she did 8 of these a day sometimes. But she knew I loved music, so that was never really part of our conversation of, do you really love this? Do you really? Because there were times when we would work on something and I would just the tears would run down my face. And the first time it happened, I remember she said, now what's that about? And I thought, I don't know. But it was a new piece of music, and it was just something that just spoke to me. So it was like, okay, as long as you're not doing something feeling sorry for yourself there, because that's not what we're doing. And I said, no, it's about the music, and I just need a minute. And I'm telling my mother this story one time. And she goes, oh, okay, that all makes sense to me. And I said, how so? And she said, well, when you were little, you liked to watch Lassie on TV. But the music that came up at the end was this mournful, sad music. And we turned it off right before the music at the end, because no matter how great the story was and how much you loved it, you sobbed then for the next 15 minutes, having heard the postlude of that TV show. And I think, okay, fair enough. Some things you do come into this world with. And I was just lucky enough to meet Margaret Harshaw as I was putting a lot of that together. I guess the only thing is, and something that I wind up saying seemingly a great deal to the young singers I work with now, you really do have to put it into your body. Just because you can learn the notes and the rhythms and good phrasing, and maybe your diction is fantastic, and you throw that together in 2 weeks, it doesn't mean you know how to sing it. It takes time. It just takes time. And I'm sorry that as an industry we've become so add water and stir, because it takes time. And for a while I think we all blamed that on quick transportation. Now you could just fly everywhere and you didn't have to take a boat across the ocean. And it's choices we've made. We're so anxious for the next fabulous whatever. And you hear it in someone young, and then you push them too fast. I also think she's right when she said, what you sing like today doesn't show up tomorrow or even next Friday. But in 6 months to a year, what you're doing right now will show up. I'm I've never believed that more than I do right now because of COVID. There's good 18 months that a lot of people did not sing anything. And it shows now. And I can tell the ones who went home to a bedroom in their parents' house, because everybody was like coming together again and doing their exercises and doing their things. They were able to stay at least pliable. They missed out on, special coachings and this and that and whatever, but they stayed pliable. And then there are those who aren't. And unfortunately, the timing of it for people in their later 20s is really rough.
Yeah.
Because that is that settling thing when what you're doing now is what you're going to be doing. Mm-hmm. And not that you won't keep tweaking certain things, but a lot of it is formed by then in the early 30s. And if they miss that 18 months, 2 years, they got to want to really get it back.
Yeah.
And I have several who do. They recognize it in some way of lost time. Okay, got to get my rollerblades on and take off now. And that's the only way. It's the only way to get it, and to be patient with yourself. She also, without using today's jargon, helped me understand that I need a little team of people I could count on to help me make choices with repertoire. To listen with ears that say, actually, no, that's not as good as you were doing it 6 months ago. Mm-hmm. So what would Miss Harshaw say? Or what would, this certain coach I was working with or whatever. They didn't have to know how to fix it, but they had to be honest with me that, it doesn't sound as good. So then, okay, let me fix it. If it doesn't sound as good, then for that person, it's not as warm, or it's not as rich, or it's not as pingy, or it's not, I could figure that part out. But then fixing it yourself was always hard, and yet invaluable. Mm-hmm. Once I learned how to do that a little bit, invaluable.
She said, simplicity is the height of elegance. Well, yeah. It's not like an over-decorated yard in New Jersey with too many fountains and Tony Bennett, rest his soul, singing on one of them. It's simplicity is the height of elegance. Yeah. And one of my little pet peeves then and now is use of the word perfect. And she said, beautiful, not perfect. It's the imperfections that give each artist their individuality. Oh, yeah. And I have choral friends, and I suppose singers also, who will just keep drilling their choir to find the perfection they're after. Well, I mean, it's semantics in a way, but perfection kind of designates a place of having achieved, and there's nothing left. She did describe to me once about sort of your own personal scale of judging yourself. Scale of 10. Well, you'd like to be on average. You wouldn't want to dip below 7, right? You may hit 8 or 9. If you ever hit what you judge to be 10, that becomes 9. And you reset the scale. Those kinds of just artistic and personal kind of work ethic things, and artistic viewpoints. I know one of the main things that has helped me in my singing a lot and teaching, and that I remember from her, has to do with tongue. I mentioned it earlier. We don't, of course, want the tongue retracted or depressed. But she was I would ask her specific questions. Like I found some notes earlier last night. Does the tongue need to be low and wide in the middle voice and the bottom, or is it just the top? Well, the answer is yes, it does. And she would give me a very quick, to the point answer to a direct question. I did have when we gave an honorary doctorate to Miss Harshaw. This would have been the early 90s. I don't think you were there. You were probably in Germany at the time. I think you were. We had a dinner at one of the super nice places in Princeton. It no longer exists. La Hierre. Now it's Agricola. Great. It's still a great restaurant, just different. But we had this. They had this luncheon in honor of her after commencement, and we invited. And I was in charge of inviting some people, and invited a colleague, a former, not a teaching colleague, but a singer who has worked with her, that I know very casually, and we were not in school together. But I called this gentleman to invite him to be a part of it. His representative, I'll say, because I don't want to give away personal identities, but the person to whom I was speaking was his representative, and he found it necessary to say, you should know that singer, not to be named, no longer uses Margaret's approach, as though this body of technique and value and motivation, etc., had been put aside and something else was in its place now. It was like that. At least that's the impression I got. Mm-hmm. And okay, I mean, why do you have to tell me that? Number one, is it true? Because you're not the singer himself saying it. But I found that really odd.
That is odd, yeah.
I mean, some, you may, we're always able to, and we should, refine and change our interpretation of things. In a way, it's almost like the gospel according to Margaret. You get different denominations, different viewpoints, but it's based on consistent, accepted ideas and words. So, but I thought that was kind of strange.
Well, I've heard it said. She never said this to me, but I know she made the comment to some people that she said, "My name may get you more." How was it framed? I can't remember how. May get you more in trouble than it'll help you.
Yeah, something like yeah.
I don't know. She was a complex person, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. There was one other event that I meant to say. It went through my mind. She would come to Westminster in the summers and did that for, I don't know, probably 10 or more years, quite a few. And I was here for 3 or 4 of those before. Our first experience at Westminster was summer of 1980. I was a singer in a workshop called The Complete Singer. And she did the voice classes, and Marty Katz did coaching classes, and Paul Sperry did some lectures on American song, and it was a fabulous week. I think there were 9 of us, and it was a wonderful thing. And there's a lot about that week that was life changing, including the work with her. And that was sort of my audition of her. So that was the first summer I engaged with her at all. It was at Westminster, and then other summers. Well, on Friday mornings at Westminster, she would hear, maybe the noon hour, there would be a master class. Anybody, pretty much, could just walk up and sing for her. It's an open master class. And you'd get your 5 cents worth, and you'd sit down, and the next person, just like that. And I can name that song in 2 notes, and she can name it in 1 note or none. Take a look, you know what you're going to hear. But this soprano came up, sang Monica's Waltz. And as I remember a little bit about the sound, it was kind of tonguey, kind of throaty, not super clear. Some obvious technical problems. And she was charming, and it was well acted, etc. But so she was done, we applauded. And Miss Harshaw said the first thing and to me, she's always Miss Harshaw. I've never called her Margaret. It's my southern. I'm too nice. That's that's the problem. But
it's reverence.
Well, yeah, it's reverence. But I remember she just sat there. It's like, she would sit. Have you ever thought about vocal silence? And the girl just burst into tears, ran out of the room, ran up the aisle, slammed the doors, and we're all dumbfounded. It's like, what just happened here? And after we all sort of collectively pulled ourselves together and the girl was long gone, she said, "Isn't that a shame?" She said, this lady's teacher from California called me, asked me if I would hear her because there were some problems and just wanted to get my diagnosis. She didn't use the word diagnosis, maybe she did. And then this is what happens. This was the only time we could do it. The times were booked. This was it. And she said, what I would have said is, you could just go on silence for 2 days. Don't sing, don't talk, don't listen to music, don't think about music, don't do nothing. She didn't say that exactly either. But that's what she would have said, and the benefits of it would give you a chance to sort of reboot and let things start to heal and realign, etc. But it was too charged of a possibility for this. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it was really dramatic because we didn't expect this.
She was so exacting with how she wanted the technique. And what I have found in my own sort of research, a couple of years ago, I finally found Garcia's first treatise, a translation of Garcia's first treatise, which I had never read. That Hints on Singing is his second one, and I'd never read the first one. And so I start reading the first one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's absolutely amazing how much of what we were taught was exactly Garcia. There was not this big shift away from it. And I now sort of understand, this is really in the latest Nats journal, there is an article about Anna Schoenrene. It's not a very long article. It's a really good article, and this is something that I never happened. I read Anna Schoenrene's biography, which is called America's Musical Heritage, I think, or Inheritance. And the author of this article says that she was so exacting, and it was out of loyalty to Garcia and Pauline Viardot, who was her teacher. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, yeah, that's why Miss Harshaw was the way that she was, because it was out of loyalty to Schoenrene, out of loyalty to the Garcia technique. And so, when things get, as we know, when we played telephone as little kids, where you pass secrets down, and how much it would change getting through generations. It has not changed that much. The basic tenets are the same tenets that Garcia was teaching, and we all add our own vocabulary to it and our own unique experiences, but it's all there in that book. And I just found that fascinating, and I think that's why all of us who had the privilege and pleasure of studying with her feel such a duty to do this in, I'm going to say, the right way, because we knew that we were taught that way, and that she knew she was taught that way. And I just never thought about it as loyalty in that regard, that the toughness came out of, this is information that I have to pass down correctly. And I just thought that was fascinating. But it is something that was figured out over 100 years ago has really kept pretty intact. And I think that's just amazing. And I hope that the students that I'm teaching understand that. I hope I've, teach them in a way that respects that heritage and that they take that on. So.
Yeah.
There were things that she wanted me to do that I didn't learn to do until after she died, which was kind of late because I was well into my 40s by then. And had I really understood just how far back you can go, I mean, I thought I was going pretty far back in that direction. But when I figured out how to give myself even more space, particularly to go into my upper register, that made a vast difference. And I remember the day that happened. I had come home from a job, getting ready for the next job, and I was practicing high notes, and I was whacking away at them, and they were okay. And then I hit one that was really so-so, and I thought, oh, Emily, you can do better than that. So I just kind of, put the invisible hot potato in the back of my mouth, or grapefruit, or bubble, or whatever your preferred image was, to get everything out of the way back there. And I took a flying leap, and it was just great. Barry came out of his room. He said, what did you just do? That was really good, And I remember being regretful that I hadn't been able to take what she'd said to that degree earlier, but better late than never,
Yeah.
So it was amazing. The change was so fast. And as I'm sure you all know, once you learn what it feels like not to have your neck involved, not to have your larynx wackling around or getting tugged up, your body won't do it it doesn't want to do it any other way. And so suddenly you have a technique that you can trust. And I really, really, really appreciated the fact that she explained everything in very minute detail, what I was going to feel, where I was going to feel it, what the exercises were that I was doing, and why I was doing them. Because, I came out of conservatory singing 9-note scales and this, that, and the other thing, but really without any sense of what their purpose was, what their job was developmentally. And so I felt like I'd found a technical home for myself. And I didn't see Miss Harshaw very often because I was already working regularly when I went to her. I do remember thinking to myself sometimes that it's a moot point. I'll never know. I don't know if I would have dealt with her as well at 17 as I did at 28 or 29, actually, because she could be tough. I did not experience that part of her personality but once. And that was at least only on the telephone. It's not as if she laced into me in person. But I know that, she had a reputation of being really tough on people sometimes. And that was never my experience. She always used to say, get your tongue down, because if it's up, it's tugging on your larynx. Basically, that the base of my tongue was going to have an impact on how steady my larynx could remain. And I don't know that I ever had my tongue completely flat. I think I didn't. And frequently, even now, when I look at singers and they open their mouth and their tongue is just parked down there, I think, wow, look at that. That's great, But she did tell me to park my tongue tip on my lower gum ridge. And these were all early on in my lessons, the first few. I had a lot to chew on, and I liked that, because imagery is so important in vocal teaching. But if you tell somebody to imagine something but don't tell them what they need to do to embody that image, you're not helping them very much. People used to talk about a pear-shaped tone. What's a pear-shaped tone? Did you ever hear that term?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, what? What? Yeah. She used to draw pictures on my music. little faces, of profile, and the various direction. You also have time not just to focus on that, but to focus on sending your sound out. She used to say across the street to the pastry shop across from the old Met, she would sing to the eclairs in the window. Did she say that to you? No. Yeah, well, she said it to me. And, and that was another thing. I had no idea just how intertwined your mental focus was with your vocal focus, and that you weren't going to succeed one without the other. And that when you get tired, it's usually your brain that's given up the ghost sooner than your voice has, Yeah, she helped me so much. And I was so grateful to have met somebody who told me what to do and how to do it. Mm-hmm. And the students that I've had have also appreciated that. They're always saying, nobody ever told me how to do it, And okay, everybody's body is a little different. You have to learn your own body. And as you go through life, maybe you make some adjustments to that. But to actually understand what every exercise is for. This is not for making a beautiful sound. This is for tapping into your resonance in the most significant, aggressive way that you can so that you know what it feels like. This exercise is for bringing resonance down the octave. We replace the slur with a scale eventually. I don't know whether you did that one or not, but she used to always say, I want you to resonate between the notes that aren't there. Mm-hmm. Oh, the other thing that had so much impact on me, I remember her saying that legato was not a musical choice you imposed on something. Legato was the natural result of unrelenting resonance. Mm-hmm. And that if you resonated through every note, every quarter tone you couldn't sing, from the front of a phrase to the back, it would automatically be impeccably legato, and it was. And I do remember, she didn't say this to me, but I remember figuring out, not terribly long after we started working together, that at least for me, the passaggio had to be the bottom of my upper register, not the top of my middle register. When I went to her, I sang chronically flat in my upper passaggio. It was always flat, which is why I was the worst Mozart singer on God's green earth. I was truly awful because all of his roles are kind of in the same range. They may not have the high notes in them, but they all sit on the high side. And anything, Dorabella, any of that stuff that sat sort of at the top of the staff, I would die in it because I didn't know how to open my throat. And if you can't open the back of your throat, you're not going to get through your passaggio in one piece. And so for me, it always helped to think that that the passaggio was actually required more effort than anything that came above it or below it. That if I got over that, I'd be fine. But that if I didn't prepare myself soon enough for it, then I was going to have a problem. And she always used to say, get there before you get there. And that was the best application of that admonishment, really. Yeah. If you're not there before you get there, you're basically going to get caught with your pants down. Mm-hmm. And it was a game changer for me.
Did she ever say to you, Mozart, you have to place it a third higher?
Yes. And she told me that she kept singing Donna Anna and some Mozart roles even when she'd gone, or maybe she just kept practicing them. But she always said Mozart required the highest placement of all. And it made perfect sense to me because Mozart was the thing that I sang the worst. Rossini wasn't a problem. Things that went high and low weren't a problem. Things that sort of just dangled around there. Yeah. were so difficult for me at the time when I went to see her. And that's why I went to see her. Because my manager said, you're always flat in your upper passaggio. And I'm going, And that's why. It's not complicated. It's very simple. But I do remember realizing, I don't think that she said this to me, but maybe she did, that singing is really glorified howling. That it's just, this big open space where you're wailing, not yelling, not screaming, just exuding this open noise. And I always would think to myself, all right, I care about the noise. It's not that I don't care about interpretation. It's not that I want people to sing and be boring. But if you don't have the noise, the rest of it doesn't matter. And if you have the noise, all you have to do is do what the composer wrote on the stage, and 95% of your interpretive job is done for you. That it really is about the sound. And, people say, well, the text is... Yeah, of course you want to make the text mean something. But if it's not being expressed through the sound that gives people goosebumps, and that's not quantifiable, it's just a visceral response, that you hear something and it gives you the chills, then you didn't fulfill what the composer wanted, I found myself in Paris once at the Museum of Romanticism. And, where else but Paris would you find a museum of romanticism? And there was a big portrait of Pauline Viardot in there. And I stood in front of it and I cried. Because Ms. Harshaw had always said that Madame Schoenrené had been a student of Pauline Viardot, and that what she was teaching was, she was bringing down that vocal heritage. And you can see what it's doing to me now. And I remember turning and seeing this portrait, and it took my breath away. And, it's not that I felt Ms. Harshaw there with me. It wasn't quite as woo-woo as that. But it was just the most wonderful reminder of what I had been taught and what I wanted to share with people going forward. That, it's like new math. How helpful was new math? It was not helpful. And, I have nothing against vocal pedagogy at all. I don't know any, frankly. I didn't take any of that kind of stuff, and I probably would be a better teacher if I had some more of that technical information. But she was simply so clear in what she asked for that I never felt that I was missing something. I never left a lesson scratching my head saying, I didn't really get that. I couldn't necessarily do it, but I understood it. The other thing that was so helpful, she said at first, practice 10 minutes at a time, 3 times a day. But what she did say to me, she said, well, look, if you were going to go run a marathon, would you just go out and run 26 miles? She said, you wouldn't. You would start in small increments and work your way up. And she always said, don't practice to fatigue. Stop before you're tired.
And of course, she also talked to me about how she talked to me about how the tenor voice is the only voice that sings in an area where the speaking voice has nothing to do with it practically. It's in a way a controlled yell, and like it has to be done correctly, or you'll just kill yourself and you'll destroy your voice. And which that was. I wouldn't say it was especially news, but it was a new way of thinking, especially for a guy whose top has largely remained intact from the beginning until now. And I never thought of it that way. But as my voice grew, I started to understand what she was talking about. And that noise that we make above E or F, that whatever the last open chest sound you can make is above that spot is something that has to be put together just right, or it won't last. And that was I'd never thought of. Well, of course, I always had high C. Can I sing high C? Of course I can sing high C. Well, it's not like that. I still have my high C, but I understand what she's going for. also, I mean, and I mentioned earlier about how opinionated she was about singers. I mean, I'd come home and say, "Oh boy, I just heard this great tenor." It was whoever. I heard this great, and I'm not going to say any names, but that one, you like that? I'm like. No, I didn't like that at all, but I mean, but it was incredible. And of course, this was her also training my ear, and training me to how to listen. And today, I believe I'm way more observant about what my colleagues are doing than they are about what I'm doing. And I pay very close attention to the orchestra. And I can't say that I remember her speaking with me about that, but it's been a part of me for as long as I've been a musician, where what the orchestra was doing was important. So I can't say that I remember her saying it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did, because it's been with me that long. So yeah. And I know there are other ones who got to study with her longer, who had the benefit of years and years rather than just my 4 years. But I know that these are still things that I'm thinking about today, and I'm lucky to be studying with a student of hers whose teaching method is completely different, but whose ear is absolutely connected to this sound, and so I've been able to hold on to it over all these years. I know I want to say that she had a soft spot in her heart for tenors. I want to believe. I do believe that is true, and I know that in her. She would tell, because my wife was able to study with her. Well, you're going to have to take care of him. You're going to have to take care of him, because tenors they can be quite fragile, and I mean, that's a hard thing for any person to hear, I had a hard time hearing it, what do you mean? I'm self-sufficient, I can do what I need to do. But of course, what she's talking about is the weight that we carry is a little different than the weight that a bass or a baritone might carry. Yeah. We have to, it's not very often, it does happen, where the success of a show lands on a baritone's shoulders. Of course it happens. But it's more often that they're talking about the tenor. It's the tenor who's walking the high wire act. Oh, we missed the high C. Oh, we missed the high B. Oh, he cracked at this moment. I mean, that stuff is real. And not to say baritones and basses didn't crack, but it was different for them because they were largely singing in their speaking voice. Mm-hmm. And we don't do that. Yeah. So I think her point there was not just that I had to be graceful with myself. And when things didn't go the way I exactly wanted them to, well, I better fix it. But understand that what I'm doing is difficult. Mm-hmm. And so this is why, I mean, really, she was indefatigable. Is that how you say that word? I think so. Yeah. I mean, she had such an energy, and I don't know where she got it at 85, 86, 87 years old. I mean, but she could chase and chase and chase until she got what I wanted. And the way we would marry the chest voice to the head voice. I mean, the times we would spend just working on 4-note scales from A to D, then B flat to E flat, then B to E, then C to F, C sharp, F sharp, D, G, all this all the way up to at least B flat. Mm-hmm. I mean, really, all she was trying to do was to marry these sounds so that they had a homogeny to them, so that the voice sounded the same from top to bottom, and that was we spent a lot of time doing that sort of thing, and working from low, doing an octave leap, and then a fifth, and then a third, and then back, just to try and get this chest resonance into the top part of the voice. And yeah, you know what I mean? It wasn't like she was trying to get me to carry my chest voice to make a bald chest sound in an F sharp or an open G or whatever. Not that at all, but that they had to have this mix of both, which is why some weeks we would just work on this head placement, the head voice placement, and some weeks we would work only on the chest voice, and she'd work to try and marry the two. Yeah, she was incredible.
the first thing that comes to mind is one of the first things she said to me about the business, which is, first thing you learn is how to say no in every language. So that's always been very helpful, and I didn't always follow it, but that's one of the few business things I can really remember. But I just, without saying it, I think just her, that, you know, we would all sit in the car when we drove her home at the end of the day, and she would go back in her memories and tell stories about the business. And there was a lot of information that was shared that way, of just her stories and experiences.
Yeah.
I don't remember any other specific advice about the business, though.
She alluded to the fact that I needed to, if I was going to have a professional career, I needed to get on the East Coast. And my plan was that once I graduated from Indiana, that I was going to move to Philadelphia and study with her at Curtis. In the interim, they had the sort of the coup with the Zimbalist family and so forth, and she wound up resigning or not teaching there anymore. So I did wind up moving to Philadelphia, but I wound up not studying with her. But she did talk about her career a little bit and what she had to do and how she had to do it and so forth.
Well, do your homework, thoroughly learn your part, thoroughly put it into your voice so that you can be reliable. I remember when I was preparing Die Walküre, I was singing Grimgerde. It was my San Francisco debut. And she sang next to me. She said, "Do not try to blend." She said, "Sing. Get your voice, keep your voice out there. Even though you're singing with 7 other girls, don't try to blend. That's not what Wagner wanted. That's not what the conductor wanted." Yeah, mostly to just be thoroughly prepared and don't trust anybody. I can't say that I've followed that advice because I have many friends in this business. And she did say, and I will say that I did not do this, and I encourage my own students not to do this, and that is to not talk vocal technique with just anybody. Mm-hmm. You know, that's kind of a sacred information that you share with just a few people. Mm-hmm. And I remember she said, where did you practice? And I said, I warmed up while I was putting on my mascara. She says, absolutely not. You need to focus on putting on your mascara. Not, you can't do that. Just don't, go find and focus on your warming up. Mm-hmm. So I think that was, being fully prepared. Yeah. And knowing your part, knowing thoroughly how to sing it before you show up.
In terms of business with a capital B, I don't recall much in terms of managing your money, sorts of things. Certainly she would talk about wardrobe. Did I have a suit? Did I have a pair of good dress shoes? Here, another example of her largesse. The winters in Bloomington can be pretty brutal, and it was snowing, and I came in with a pair of loafers on and jeans, and she said, "What is that?" Pointing at my feet, and I said, "Well, Miss Harshaw, those are my shoes." She sighed and she reached into her pocketbook and pulled out a $50 bill and sent me to a store in downtown Bloomington so that I would have a pair of snow boots to wear. And of course, she was being both practical and selfish in that she didn't want me sick. She didn't want me to get pneumonia, while I was trying to learn how to sing. So absolutely.
So did she give you any advice about the business?
Yes, she hated it. She told me that I can remember so clearly her saying to me, "Rebecca, do not expect anything beautiful from this business. The only beauty that there is when you're on stage, standing and singing. She says the moment you walk off, it's ugly again. And I have to say, I'm glad she said that to me, because that I find it not a very nice business to be in, and so at least not the performing end of it. And I always remembered, when things would happen, I would go, Miss Harshaw warned me about this, But it's quite beautiful when you're out there on the stage. Yeah.
The business of singing, yeah. There were many, many moments within a lesson where there was a little sidebar about the business, about relationships in the business, concerns, things to be careful about, just things to know, not that you had to stay away from, but you needed to be aware. And that not everybody would have your best vocal interest in mind. And all the more reason you had to know yourself really well. And that you had to be really, really technically solid. Because then you could stretch it out and do things that may be questionable whether you should do that or not. But if your technique was good, you'd live through it. You'd figure out for yourself, am I ever doing that again? No. Or yes, this felt great. And she would constantly say, you and I can always talk about whether it's a good idea, but you have to always make the decision. So the more you know yourself, you understand your voice, you will make that decision. That was a big one. Finances were a big one. She saw too many of her own colleagues end their life in poverty. And she talked about that enough that it scared me. And I started thinking about, so I'm going to do this Messiah in 2 weeks, and it only pays $500, but I'm saving $100 of it. And it was something that she emphasized in an already pretty well set up, my parents had done a good job with this. And then there were, the things about management and when that was appropriate and what you were looking for. And early on, I realized, there were two ways of looking at that for sure. A partnership with someone who is going to be able to look at the big picture, the long game, as it were, versus somebody who just got real excited about literally booking you, just, making a buck, and we're going to make a lot of money together. Oh, that was like the phrase of death. That was just something I thought, okay, so that one's wrong. And I still talk about that with the young singers that I work with, hoping that their gut instincts are good too, because those are important relationships.
Yes, some. Not a lot. There's not a lot of notes that I have. I know she advised me to relate to conductors individually. Mm-hmm. She drafted to me a letter of reference from her, which I guess I used it. She suggested a particular management to apply for in New York, and I think I was in touch with Zemsky Green at the time. But there was not a lot of that kind of preparation from her.
She used to say two big things. She first said, when you go, at that point in time, she died before my career really took off on any level professionally. Just young artist programs, and she knew I had made a Met debut, and she knew that I had some bigger things coming up, but unfortunately she passed away way early in my career. So how I wish that she would have been there longer, because I definitely needed her especially when I transitioned to soprano. But she said, as you go out into the business, you've got to get rid of your student mentality, because she said coaches, conductors will sort of smell that, and they will go, they'll give you every note, they'll do it all the time, and they'll constantly pick on you. And so you need to go in as a professional, and this is what I do. And it's not that you weren't you could accept notes, but you didn't want to appear needy like a student. And I thought that was really, really helpful. Otherwise, I think I might have gotten eaten alive. The other one is that she said, before you go into the business, she said, you want to put your armor on. And she said, you wear your armor, and that way all the criticism and all the negative things that might come to you, and reviews, conductors that you work with that don't like you, stage directors that work with you and don't like you, all of the negativity, none of it, I think she meant, none of it gets to your soul. Yeah, none of it gets to the core of the person that you are. And probably she meant it not just the negative things, but to not get your own inflated ego, the really positive things also don't get there, so that you could protect who you were outside of what your profession would be. And I think she did that. I mean, the stories of her every morning, whether she was singing Donna Anna at the Met or Brunhilde at the Met, she had to get up and make breakfast for her kids and Oscar. So she definitely kept her life compartmentalized in that way. She was a person and she was an artist, and they didn't overlap entirely, like many people fall into that trap. And I think that was a really good thing.
Advice about the business of singing was if she did, there was nothing that left a deep mark on me. But I will say that she said to me that family is important, and that it would be difficult because as a tenor, I would work, even as a tenor who even a tenor of a lesser caliber tenor has plenty of work generally, even if you make, and I happen to make it all the way, but I mean, like, her point was it's going to be hard, and you better make sure that side of your life is put together, because it's going to be hard. Miss Harshaw absolutely talked to me about management. She was adamant about who I wouldn't want to be with, and who I could be with but I couldn't trust, and who was pretty good. And I made sure that to sing for all those people, and couple of them are still around today. But she was very adamant about who I should avoid. And boy, I mean, like, she was 83, 84, 85. Her finger was absolutely still on the pulse of what was going on. And of course, part of that is because she was who she was and she was connected. But most of it was because she had so many great singers doing it in so many places that she was hearing all these things.
I would say I've given it some thought. And earlier, I would have said it was probably 50-50. Now, what I'm realizing is that 50% that I've gathered and gotten an understanding of has clarified my understanding of what she taught me.
I guess the best way to answer that is 100% of it is what I learned from her. Even the stuff that I learned on my own, because it reminded me of something that she had said or done that I hadn't quite understood at the time. I mean, I have studied with other people and I have gleaned things from them, but I don't think there was an eternal truth to singing that anyone...
Well, like I said, the seeds were planted, I think because I was guided by her when I sang on the stage, and then when I stopped singing on the stage and I started to, I kind of saw myself in this dual career of singing and teaching, and the singing did that and the teaching did this. But I think, and I know she did this, that she said when she did a master class at Nats, I did the same thing, a master class at Nats. And she stood up there and she said, if you're going to teach singing, you need to sing. Even if it's at your local church, if it's at your at the Metropolitan Opera, but you need to have experienced singing if you're going to teach singing. I believe that too. That's not necessarily the case anymore, but I think that while I was on the job learning to sing and still under her, care, and then when I started to teach, I remember when I started to teach, I had people say, "You're not supposed to teach. You're just supposed to sing." And I'm really glad I have this pension that 35 years gave me. So, and she kind of gave me that permission to teach. She recognized that in our years in Princeton, and said, "Yep." She she got me the job at Westminster. Mm-hmm. They needed a part-time person, and she said, "She's got good ears, she's got instincts, hire her." But I think what evolved from that core was continuing to research, continuing to read and be curious about singing, be curious about learning styles. I wish that I had gotten an education degree. I wish that I had not gotten 2 performance degrees, so I'd had some sense of learning the way people learn. But I've figured that out for myself. I have been a repertoire hound. I did 2 sabbaticals where I did a study of operatic arias and when to assign arias and what to listen for, and that gave me a lot more ammunition in my lessons. Listening to my colleagues and learning from my colleagues. Being in an academic situation, you really can soak things up from your colleagues, which they may describe something differently than you've done it, and it just gives you a whole new different way to think about it. So I think that's probably the biggest thing, is I'm very curious about the voice. I'm curious about my students. I'm curious about, and when I stop being curious about it, I won't teach anymore. But I still am. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but I try to find the 101st way to say the same thing.
Well, the first thing I discovered, and I often joke, I need to give the money back to my students my first few years of teaching. I really feel like I owe them a huge apology, and the reason is this: I was so full of Margaret Harshaw that I was going to press that down their throats whether they should have had Margaret Harshaw or not, because every kid doesn't have the mechanics, the musculature, the body build to accommodate a sophisticated technique like the Harshaw technique. That doesn't mean that there aren't portions of it that really help even a modestly talented person. But there were some kids, and I just discovered them, and I realized you have to be, you gotta let it go. And perhaps maybe going around the end of the building, you may find a back entrance that might help that kid who ends up being a great contributor to his home church in his community or his community choir or whatever, or in a Broadway sense and so forth and so on. So that was my big reveal, that not one size fits all. It does not. And I tried to make that happen earlier on in my career. I grew up, I got older, and I started to really learn to listen critically and open-heartedly. Did I give up on some students? Yes. It just came to the point where I just couldn't, and they were unwilling and unable, and we smiled and went for coffee sometimes. I had one student who now remains one of my most brilliant students, who his voice, he just couldn't find his voice. Smarter than smart, motivated, and I got him a job as the assistant props director at the Chattanooga Opera. The next semester, he was the head of props at the Chattanooga Opera. The next semester, he was the assistant stage manager, and the next semester, I took him to Bloomington, and he auditioned for the Master of Stage Management program, and he became one of the most renowned stage managers in the world of opera. And now he's the executive director of a major motion picture tech firm, international, whatever. You know, I could have tried to cram that technique, and he would have been unhappy. And I said, he's so smart and knows so much about music. Let me find another avenue for his muse. And I was lucky that I was able to do that. That's an example of that.
Yeah.
So to talk about my own teaching and how she influenced it, I have to remember one of the things she said to me while I was still in Bloomington. I studied with her from 1974 until, almost the day she died. In fact, I remember I had a lesson set up with her. I had just, the week after she passed away, I had a lesson that I had scheduled with her. I had been in Dallas singing Aida, and I came home on a Sunday morning, I think, from Dallas, and was going to go up to Chicago. We lived in Indianapolis at the time, and I was going to go to Chicago and see her. And I had a voicemail from Emily McGee saying, give me a call. And she gave me the very sad news. And I just was ultimately so lucky to have spent time in her studio, to have learned from her, to have watched her. Was she a perfect person? No. She probably wasn't a perfect teacher. Who could be? Perfection doesn't exist. But she was about as close as I could imagine anyone could be. She understood where you were going to go in your life, in your career. So very well. I remember her telling me one time, she said, you will get asked to sing Wagner. Do not do it. Yours is not a held tenor voice. Wagner will ruin your voice. And I never did. I came close one time. Almost did get talked into it actually, but then withdrew from the production. Wagner just didn't fit my temperament. It didn't fit my personality. It didn't fit how my voice worked. And she understood that decades before I did. And I think that's an amazing thing. You know, as I'm sitting here doing this recording in my own studio, I'm looking at the camera here, and I have, as I think most of us, probably all of us do, a photo of her. But I have one in my eyesight just beyond the camera at the end of the room. So as I'm talking to you, I'm also seeing her. Great memories. But I do remember her in Bloomington telling me, she said, you have to teach someday. Someday, when you are done with your career, you have to teach. You must do that. And I think I took that to heart because I always wanted to teach. I always had this plan that I would teach at a certain time. And of course, as I think somebody else has said, when men make plans, God smiles, or laughs rather. And so, plans don't always go as you anticipate they will. But I had my career, and I retired when I wanted to be able to teach. And I've been able to do that. Maybe not quite on the same plan that I had made originally, but hey, it's all the same. But she admonished me that I should do that, and I always listened to singers. I always wanted to hear what my colleagues were doing. Was it good? Was it wrong? Was there something that could be fixed about it? It just was always in my head, something I just thought about all the time. I have always loved tone. Tone to me is the most important thing about singing. I would be happy to listen to somebody singing flat as long as they had a beautiful tone. I'd rather hear that than somebody who was just perfectly on pitch but had an ugly sound. That's just me. Not that I want somebody to sing flat, but I'd rather hear good tone than on pitch if that's the only option I had. in terms of my teaching and what she taught me, I think as everything she taught me, I have realized as I grew older. I certainly wouldn't say I always did it as well as I could have, but it's something that was in my mind, all the things she said, and as I matured, I understood these things. I think when I began teaching in earnest, I developed some of my own pedagogical ideas, how to explain things, as I think, again, probably most people do. But I would have to say the things that I teach in terms of tenets that she gave me, it's 100% of those tenets. I don't teach any other concept other than what she gave me because, well, it just works. And it works with the human body. And if you do it right, it's healthy. And it creates a great sound. So why mess with perfection in that sense? But I have to say, she was always quick to say, this is not my technique. This is somebody else's technique. I'm just teaching it to you. I'm passing it on to you. So that was always in my mind, that this was a heritage that I was given. And this is the important thing about being an artist, is you learn one-on-one, especially as musicians, one-on-one from other people, things that cannot really be adequately explained in a book. You can hear somebody else explain to you, demonstrate for you, and then in time you understand what that is. And that was very much how it was with her. I understood what she was saying sometimes very soon, sometimes 10, 15, 20 years later, even later than that. But I use all of those tenets, and sometimes you have to figure out individual things for individual singers. Students have different requirements and different needs, and so sometimes I will find some way of approaching something that is exactly what she taught, but a different way of putting it for somebody. And if it works, then it's something I put in my toolbox. I always have a toolbox, and I take out the right tool for the right job. And sometimes that's a different thing. I have this analogy I use for engaging the support, because I think for some students, it can be a very difficult thing to understand, and they can either under-support or over-support. So I give them this analogy of a basketball. If you're holding a basketball, basically where your lungs are, and you're supporting, your diaphragm is like your bottom hand in this picture. And if you push a basketball up, it will yield a little bit, and then it won't yield more unless you're Superman, you explode the whole thing, but most of us aren't. So you engage with that, and I explain to them how it feels to find that engagement. It's not locking your muscles, it's a flexibility, but it stays on that pressure. And the pressure changes as you sing, but they begin to learn that. But to me, that was a way of explaining what that pressure felt like to those students who didn't naturally comprehend that idea. So I think 100% of what I do is what she taught me to do. I just have found my own way around it, I guess, I would say.
One of the things that I have found is that I have found other ways to say things than Miss Harshaw necessarily said to me, and I'm sure she had that experience too. Like, she probably said things about the same thing to you one way and said it a different way to me, because a good teacher, which we all know she was a great teacher, understands how to communicate with each student. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things you figure out. Miss Harshaw, I'm sure she did that. That, and there were issues, that Miss Harshaw would tell me about that I didn't do, but she would tell me that she would work with someone else on, and so in that sense, I know there have been times when I've been teaching where I didn't have big, huge tongue problems that she dealt, but she would tell me about people's tongue. And so then when I would be teaching myself, I would have to really think about what when she would had told me about someone else, because we never really talked a lot about my tongue.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, and I would feel like sometimes, Michael, when I would be teaching, especially in the beginning when I started teaching a lot, I just wouldn't know what was wrong. And I was, in my mind, I didn't say her name in my mind, but I would say, what is wrong? And it was almost like I would hear this voice go, look at their tongue. Look at what they're doing with their tongue. And whereas I would have never, had I not thought in that way, I don't know if it's her voice talking to me or not, but I don't think I would have, may not be about your question, but I don't think necessarily left on my own, I would have noticed as much as what I did is when I thought about so did I change what she taught me?
No, it's more about things you discovered on your own versus things she told you.
I've talked to some people who studied with her who have told me that they discovered, but I don't think I really did, because I understood that what Ms. Harshaw was teaching was simple. And it was that's not complicated.
It's not, no.
And so I that was always foremost in my mind, and I might have found another way to say that.
That's exactly it.
But I was always.
Yeah. She said to me on a few occasions, she'd come in and she said, I've been thinking about you all week. Now, let's try this,
yes.
And she'd have something new that we'd never done before. And she may have done it with no one else before. I don't know. And I think that was part of her success as a teacher.
Yeah.
Was first of all, always to be thinking and trying to find new ways of explaining the same thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And getting at it that way. And I think that's, I think that's a big part of her brilliance, because she would say herself the technique she didn't invent the technique. It's been around for a long time.
Making good sound is pretty basic.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Now, there are a lot of people who may not agree with that and have at it. But, it's pretty basic, but people are not basic. And you have to find ways to communicate to your student.
Exactly.
And so you might say things a little different sometimes.
I'd say probably a little bit of even weight. I think it balances out. A lot of the stuff that when I've read stuff and researched stuff, some of it I'll look at it and say, well, that's kind of the same thing, but not. But the ideas of support, the ideas of learning, getting your voice to, finding the place so that it really is going to go. And I was working so much with musical theater kids, and which was a totally different kind of a thing. Yeah. But, I thought there's got to be you can make a hybrid version of this, I mean, Harshaw would have been absolutely horrified, trying to teach somebody, mixed belt, but I was going to do it with the concept of trying to keep the throat open, trying to support it, trying to do all these different things. And I had some students where it worked spectacularly, and they were like, wow. And I just said, oh, that's, it's classical technique, And I kept telling them, if you use classical technique, your voice will last. Yeah. And that was Harshaw's big thing. You want your voice to last. She said once, I heard her in an interview, and she said, if you're looking for a teacher, find a teacher that had a career, but also had a voice problem, struggled, and got through it. And she said, there's your teacher. Because a lot of the best singers have to overcome some kind of adversity at some point, in their singing. And because it's not all roses, as all of us know. Yeah. And so it's the kind of thing that I, and with my students, that I would try to say the same thing, that you want your voice to last. If you're screaming yourself to death, there's a difference in scream. You can healthily belt. You really can, and it is possible, but yeah. So I mean, like I say, I mean, I think that trying to apply it that way.
It's been long enough now. I'm not sure I can accurately say. And as we're talking about it, I'm just realizing even more how much influence she has in everything that I do. It felt like for a long time I was creating my own language and using that more. So I think that's true, but thinking about it today, probably 50-50. It's a pretty good combination. Yeah, I had to learn to talk about it differently than she and I talked about it. But I think that's a generational thing too. Because now I've been doing it long enough that I'm into the next generation of it. And just the other day I was with somebody 21 years old and I sat there and thought, this could be my grandson. Oh my God. But just realizing that he's even of a different generation than some of the pros that I started with now. And so I'm going to say 50-50. Okay. I think that's fair.
I thought about that, and it's at least half. It's probably more than half. I was fortunately well taught before her. Dan Pratt, Carol Mayo, Carol Blackner Mayo, or I forget. I'm sorry, Carol. And then Jack Coldiron in Fort Worth, Texas, who just passed a couple of years ago. And he had studied with Mac Harrell, who was a classmate with Ms. Harshaw with Sharon Renee at Juilliard. And so I don't feel that I had a lot of tearing down and rebuilding to do with her, but much more purposeful and more specific in some ways. So I'm already, and since then I've integrated so much into my own singing, and like probably most teachers, my teaching has a lot to do with my singing. And so I will admit my best work as a teacher has been with baritones and tenors, with men especially, and basses too, a few. But so whether I use the same concepts or the same words, and I sometimes do, and I will almost always say, Miss Harshaw used to say. I will quote her, from time to time. And I assigned them to read an article so they knew who I'm talking about. Otherwise, who knows these days? So much people don't know. You can't assume anything, that they know. So, I just it's sort of the operating system has changed. I really value a lot the Alexander technique and the concept of availability and direction and dynamic rather than static. So all the things that could be interpreted as static, like hold this in place, don't let it collapse, that can't be translated as concrete. So it's just a more insistent engagement, So engaging as opposed to holding or pressing or shoving or pulling. But I don't think she was ever about the holding or shoving or pulling. She would so often talk about, she was not hesitant to mention other students in particular and other singers, and she'd say, well, he just sang in his neck. But the whole singing in his neck idea had to do with the tongue being retracted and tightened and pulled down and jamming the larynx and all of that sort of real manipulation physically, as opposed to physical processes that are integrated with each other and things working towards the values that we know are the right ones.
The things that I've discovered would be things that support what she would have told me, but things that maybe weren't accessible to her at that time. She told, things keep coming up. She told me in like the 1980s, she said, you're too stiff. She said, you're too rigid, you're too stiff. You need to do yoga. Now, I am sure Miss Harshaw did not do a day of yoga in her life, but she understood that that was something that I needed to do. And I will tell you that over the course of my life, I have done yoga. I'm a certified yoga teacher now, and I incorporate that into my teaching all the time. But it's in support of a position that she would have wanted, but to find it by moving certain muscles, a little bit more specific with the muscle because of that training. So that, I would say, is different. I have ways, I would say that the way that she taught us, she gave us a lot of really concrete information and then some imagery. And we all come up with our own imagery. So the imagery is what I see as imagery, and hopefully will prompt my students to come up with their own imagery. And I've heard some really interesting imagery, and I'm like, well, if it means something to you, I have no idea what you're talking about, but if it means something to you, great. So percentage-wise, that's where it's different, but the basic tenets are still, for me, are really still the same, but I add in, there are certain things that I know that I maybe don't emphasize as much as she did because we are in a different time, and I can't undo these students in the same way that she could undo us. They have too many auditions and too many responsibilities that people are gonna hear. I don't lighten up the technique. I don't dumb it down at all, but I have to kind of sneak some things in not in the same way that she could completely undo us. So that would be maybe the biggest change, but that's due to situation. I can't see. I can't find a way around it yet, and maybe I will eventually, or times will change so much that I really will have to abandon certain things. I hope not, because my intention is not the technical tenets, but how I go about doing them. So one of my students refers to it as educational tension, and so sometimes I might have to, when I learned, there was a lot of educational tension, and then that was okay, because that's how you learned, the muscles learned what they needed to do. But I try to lessen that a little bit, because I just don't think they have the time to do that the way I had the time to do that, and those before me had the time to do it. So I'd say that's the biggest way that I have changed what she does.
I would say that 90% of what I teach is what she taught me, easily, maybe more. Because anything else that I discovered was kind of an outgrowth of that. I never had an experience where I thought, she was wrong about this. Not ever.
In the limited teaching that I've done, I will usually, we talked about the three main tenets: the low breath, the open throat, the high placement. Oftentimes, I'll encounter young singers who have one of those, or two of those maybe, especially if it's a more advanced singer. Rarely all three. And I'll always preface, I haven't given many private lessons, only a few, and not many in person. Did a lot of that sort of thing over COVID, via Zoom, and I saw some people that way.
That's hopefully you teach.
Oh yeah, I mean and like Laura will say to me, Laura Brooks Rice says to me, look, I can one thing that I can't hear everything, but I am aware when the voice is speaking, because when the voice is speaking, I can tell it. Mm-hmm. If the voice is speaking the same way, it's easy for me to hear it, so this we can talk about, and of course musically we can talk about music, but I mean it's just not the optimal, not the same. So I usually do try to make sure that they get a clue. If I feel like their chest is open but the voice is stuck right here, I might work with them a little bit. But I have to admit that in the teaching I've done, I've been a little careful, because if I can't be there to shepherd them all the way through, I certainly have heard singers who get a 20-minute lesson in a master class and then beat that thing to death that they worked on, which ignores virtually everything else. And so I'm usually quite careful about what I say technically to anyone. And I always finish it up with, please take what I said to your teacher. Take it to the person who knows your voice the best. Integrate it with everything that you're trying to do so that you get, but I mean, what I need more of your chest in the sound. I'm getting all front position, and that's great for sending noise, but it's you're ignoring half the sound that you could be making, and that sort of thing. Talk to your teacher about it, because yeah, I'm just not there yet, and I don't know if it was up to me to take me as a student where I came to Miss Harshaw at that point, or if I was younger. God, I think of my very first voice teacher, who had to deal with not just a kid who didn't know anything about singing but didn't care at all about opera and was joined a social fraternity, and I mean, like, really, I had the anti-music major career as a college student. But I mean, like, if I had to build a voice from zero, I mean, I hope I could do it, but I think it would be hard. And of course, teaching, you learn. You're learning. You learn how to teach as you teach, and we don't have a chance to. If you're not doing it, how are you going to get good at it? Exactly. So, and there's plenty of us who never went the teaching route, or who went the teaching route but never taught anything. And by God, I can think of 3 people immediately who I know had famous singing careers that became teachers who nobody got a thing out of. 3 people immediately right now. I'm sure there were others. So, yeah. So I'm lucky that we're both lucky that we had this opportunity to be with somebody who did it all the way, and was able to talk about how it got done.
I was in a lesson with her one day when we were in the music building studio that she had near the dean's office, near the mailboxes. I started my lessons with her at IU at the other side of the hallway, and the phone rang, and she said, "Go answer that." So I went to answer the phone, and it was Gary Kendall, who had just won the Geneva competition. And I put her on. She took the phone and talked to him, and she was outside. I mean, she was just beyond herself. She was so excited, so proud of him. And I guess that Cosma had given him a hard time when he was at IU. And when she came literally spinning out of the studio on point, twirling into the hallway, she was so excited. First person she encountered was Tibor Cosma. And he said, "Well, Margaret, what are you so excited about?" She said, "Well, Gary Kendall just won the Geneva competition." "Well," Cosma says, "I always did believe in the boy." She takes her hand, slaps him with the back of her hand on his shoulder and says, "Oh, no, you didn't." I always got so much fun out of telling that story and having seen her do it. Oh, she took such delicious joy in smacking him after he said that. I don't remember what the exact concept was we were working on, but there was something she was trying to get me to grasp. And she would get frustrated in the lessons, and I'd get frustrated in my practice. And I finally got to the point where I had to go into the lesson with this mastered, and it wasn't working. And I thought, I don't know what she's talking about. This just isn't making sense to me. And she's a screamer. I'm going to have to go into my lesson and have her scream at me, because I'm just going to have to go in and do it my way. I can't get it, what she's trying to say this time. So I went into the lesson. I'm ready to be, no! And I do it my way. And she goes, "Well, you finally figured that out." And what I have analyzed since then is she wanted to push me to the point of frustration till I would try something I hadn't tried before. And when I did it, I had 2 reactions when she said what she said. And I felt anger that I worked that hard to master something I already knew how to do. I already knew how to do that, you know? And also that she was trying to get me to think for myself.
Yeah.
And figure it out myself.
Well, I think the first anecdote or story that I have about Margaret Harshaw is one that kind of encompasses many of the questions and issues that you're trying to cover in this. And it was the very first time that I ever actually spoke with her. And in order for you to understand what an impactful encounter this was for me, you kind of have to understand my background a little bit. I grew up in the oil fields of West Texas, and the only musical background I had was singing in the Methodist church choir and playing tenor sax in the high school marching band. So when I went to college as an undergraduate, music was a brand new experience for me, and I was very fortunate to go to a program that could take someone like me and push me, pull me, mentor me, and get me to the point where, as a grad student, I was good enough to go to Indiana. So I go to Indiana, and I'm thinking that whoever I study with has got to be heads and tails better than anyone that I have ever encountered before. And unfortunately, that didn't turn out to be the case. So I started studying with someone who was not helping me. And so I decided I wanted to switch, and I had heard the other studios and the singers and so forth, and I knew that Harshaw was Harshaw. So one afternoon late, I knocked on her door, and she came to the door, and I said, Ms. Harshaw, my name is Rodney Miller. And she said, oh, I know who you are, which was the first intimidation. And I said, I would really like to have a discussion with you about possibly studying with you. And she didn't say anything like, well, why do you want to, or, what's happening. She said, come in. So I came into the studio, and she essentially started giving me a lesson. She said, now, I know you because I listen to the good voices. She said, what do you think of when you think of the laryngeal area? And I said, well, that your throat should be relaxed. And she said, oh, that's half your problem right there. She said, put your hand up here. So I did. She said, now, you feel that Adam's apple? That's your larynx. She said, now swallow for me. I swallowed. She said, now yawn. And she said, now relax your throat. And it kind of went back to where the swallow almost was. She said, that's what most people think. Most teachers say, relax your throat. Well, that means sing with a closed throat. So she said, you should open your throat. That's your problem. I've been listening to you. You should open your throat. So anyway, she said, now, if you come into my studio, you're not going to like it for a long time because we're just going to be doing scales. And she didn't say it at that time, but at some point she said to me, if you can sing an octave perfectly, then you can sing anything you need or want to sing. But so I did. The beginning of the very next semester, I started studying with her, and I'm not even sure that we brought in an accompanist the first semester that I was studying with her. It was just practically nothing but scales. And her whole concept was to open the throat. I don't believe she ever said to me pear-shaped tone, but the concept that she was talking about was nice, full, open throat, which meant a low larynx, and a focused sound that projected above and beyond. No one had ever said to me before that the sound should feel like it's outside of your body. And certainly she she talked about relaxation is a misnomer. She said, it's not going to feel relaxed. It will be relaxed. But she said, tell a ballet dancer that their legs are being relaxed whenever they're stretching out their muscles. She said, that's essentially what you're doing with your throat, to try to get the throat open. But to do it within the concept of keeping the placement of the tone even and forward, straight and so forth. So that's basically what we worked on the whole time that I studied with her, getting my throat more open, more relaxed, open and full, and getting that tone not just forward, but consistently in the same placement. She called it bel canto. Now, I don't think that there's a lot of vocal pedagogy literature that talks about bel canto in that sense, but her definition of bel canto was just beautiful singing. That's what you have to do. And of course, one of the things that she was very adamant about and poo-pooed was, I don't ever want to hear you say you're teaching the Harshaw method. It's not the Harshaw method. It's just beautiful singing. I don't think it's any secret that she was a larger-than-life personality. When I was studying with her, she had a soprano one year that came in second in the Met auditions. So the next day, I had a lesson with her, and she was in a really foul mood because she was convinced that her soprano should have won the Met auditions. It's all politics. So the next year rolls around, and she had a tenor who won. And I go to my lesson thinking, well, I wonder what she's going to say this time. So I went in and I congratulated her on her tenor winning the Met auditions. And you know what she said to me? She got a big smile on her face and she said, it's politics. She was many things, but a hypocrite she was not.
The biggest memory I have was when I drove her to Indianapolis to see Michael Talley sing in La Traviata. And it was nerve-wracking enough just driving her to Indianapolis. But we made it to the theater, and in the theater, they had steps that one was long, one was short, one was long, one was short. And as we walked in, she fell. She fell down and I fell on top of her like this. I was on her legs. I got up quickly and I thought, all of you guys, were going to kill me because I killed her. And all these men came to try to help her up, and she said, leave me be, I know how to do a stage fall. And she got up, and we sat and giggled through Traviata because she would say, does your knee hurt? I'd say, yeah, it does. And she thought that was the funniest thing. So, through that very mournful overture, we were giggling. But so many other stories, too, about her, waiting on the bench for hours, or wondering what kind of mood she was going to be in. I always knew exactly who I needed to schedule my lesson after, because I knew what kind of mood she was going to be in. It's going to either be Michael Sylvester or Kevin Langen. So, and there's so many other things. I think one of the ones I remember, several things I remember, when I first got to Indiana, I failed my first jury. And those chairs on the side of the studio opposite the piano, she said, come sit here next to me. And she said, the only way to get to the top is to be at rock bottom. You're at rock bottom. Now let's work. Wow. And then when I came into one lesson, she goes, so which of your many voices will you sing with today? I just would roll off and and do the best work I could. But there are many legendary stories about her, and but my favorite was taking her to Indianapolis and almost killing her.
My first meeting Ms. Harshaw was not in Bloomington like a lot of folks. There were a couple of folks in Georgia, a conductor of the Atlanta Symphony and general director of the Augusta Opera, who heard me as a young singer. I thought I was all that, and they said both, it was very interesting, we've got to get you to Margaret Harshaw, and you should study with her at Curtis. And so I flew to Curtis, and this woman comes out of the staircase, and I go, what is this? I mean, this, she introduced herself, and I went in and sang literature I had no business singing at that age, but she came back out and sat on a bench. Funny how Harshaw always had a bench, right? Even in Philadelphia. And she said, well, you're just not ready for Curtis. Curtis at that time was a finishing school for singing. She said, however, would you consider the other place I teach at, which is called Indiana University? It's in Bloomington, Indiana. And I didn't even ponder. I said, yes, I would love to come out and study with you. And she said, well, I'll set it up for you. And that fall, that's how I got to Miss Harshaw. And the IU students will remember the cattle call auditions that were the first Friday night and Saturday night. So she wanted to give me a lesson to get me ready for that first. She asked me if I knew Oasis und Osiris from Magic Flute, and I said, I do. She said, good, bring that into the lesson. So, and this is interesting to me pedagogically, because the first question she asked me, this is how profound it was, she said, tell me everything you know about your technique at this time from your undergraduate school. And I proudly revealed the tropes that I'd been taught and so forth, and she listened and she nodded, and then she kind of looked down at the floor and she looked back up and she said, well, you can forget about that shit. And honestly, I felt like the rug had just been pulled out from. I felt like I know nothing. What am I doing here at this world famous music school when I'm bereft of information? Well, to show you about her, I think the first lesson we spent about 2 hours together. It was a Saturday morning, and she just went at me. And the first thing she talked to me was larynx position. She said, do you know where your larynx is? And I said, I think it's right here. And she said, when you sing, should your larynx go up or should it go down? And I said, I really didn't know the answer. But I said, I think down. She says, that's right. But I said, my teacher, his technique was as a low bass. She said, he would say, the higher you go, the lighter it should be. See, he would always say, sing like a tenor, sing like a tenor. And she just shook her head and she says, no. And so we must have worked that first interval in Oasis, C to F, O-E. We must have worked that for 30 minutes until I figured out, the larynx goes down to accommodate the higher. So that was the first big technical aspect of that. Then another thing happened very quickly, and this is on a personal level, and this is where I'm so grateful. At that time, in 1975, fall of 1975, she was teaching like 4 weeks in Bloomington and 2 weeks at the Curtis Institute back in Philadelphia. And she didn't drive, and she needed a driver on Friday afternoon to take her from her house to the Indy airport, and then the following week come back, pick her up, and bring her back. And she would give me, it doesn't seem like a lot of money now, but on Friday afternoon she would pull out her purse and she would give me a crisp $20 bill, and I would take her to the airport, and then when we get back a week later or 3 or 4 days later, and she would pull out another crisp $20 bill. So she fed me basically, and of course, the real jewel was not the money that she so graciously offered me, was that I got her by myself for an hour and 20 minutes between Bloomington and Indianapolis Air. And so we talked about everything you can imagine, life, love, music. She told me all the stories of the old Met, and that's where we personally bonded. So I had the admiration for her technique that was instantaneous. And then I found out about this extraordinary woman, and the rest is history, as they say. I think there's another Harshaw story before we get into technique that I think is amazing and profound. It was 3 years later, and I was doing the hearing for my graduate recital, and I was up on the third floor of what we used to call the round building. I think we called it that. Anyway, I was up there with my accompanist, Davis Hart, the legendary Davis Hart, who we all love, and it was we were getting right up into the hour. I mean, I was really getting nervous. Where is Miss Harshaw, right? If I couldn't imagine doing that hearing without her in the room. Well, the elevator door slid open, and she came in. I think it was with another Harshaw student, it had to have been. And she looked at me, and she said the following: Oscar, which was her husband, Oscar's been shot. And I was, what? And she said, of course, this is Margaret Harshaw. She said, you get in there and you sing like a bird, and then you take me home. I said, yes, ma'am. And so I went in there. I just sang, whatever they asked for. I sang my program and everything. And she sat back there with her husband with his head bandaged at their house from a bullet wound, singing every pitch that I had, every note, I did a Baroque piece with what we used to call roulades, right? And she was bouncing her head with everyone. She was totally in that moment with me while her husband was suffering. Well, we finished. We got in the car. I must have broken every speed limit in Bloomington, Indiana. Took her to her house and helped her to the front door. The front door swings open, and there is Oscar, literally with a bloody bandage around his head. And literally, Miss Harshaw fell back in my arms, and she was a large woman. So here I am. I got a wounded husband. I got almost a fainted voice teacher, and I get Miss Harshaw in a chair. I calm Oscar down. I get water poured. I get everything, and I stayed with them until, I don't know, somebody else came in and took over. For the next 25 years, whenever I would go in for lessons, and she would look at me and she would smile and she would say, Harry, do you remember that day? And I would always say, Miss Harshaw, how could I ever forget it? So that was an extraordinary personal thing.
Well, stories about Margaret Harshaw are legend and many. I have one personal experience with her that I always remember when I think of her. And she and I were the only ones that experienced it, so it's only my story, I guess. The middle of my first year studying with her, we had our first semester, and we came back. I had, I think, the first lesson of the second semester. And as we would do, I waited dutifully on the bench. It was a January day. It was cold outside, and as she was wont to, she probably showed up 15, 20, 30, 45 an hour late. It's okay. You knew you got your time from her when she was there, and she was just there for you, so you didn't mind waiting once you kind of understood how it worked. So I waited, and she came in at some point, and she walked up the steps, and she had her galoshes on and her coat and so forth. And she was very cheery and greeted me and, opened the door and said, come on in. And she walked in before me, and I held the door and she walked in, and I started walking behind her, and she stopped suddenly as she got in the door a little bit, and she was looking across the room, and I swear I could see the hairs on her back of her neck standing up, and I could just sense, I could not see her face at all, but I could sense that something was very wrong. And we stood there for some time. It seemed like an eternity. And then she just tore off diagonally across the room to her piano and grabbed a score that was on the piano and took this score and just went around the room in this just cursing like a sailor. I swear they're words I'd never heard before that came out of her mouth. And she threw this score at one point, just threw it down, and I think she ripped it in half. I don't remember anyway. It was just awful. I was standing there wide-eyed. I'd never seen her do this. I knew she had a temper. I had heard that from people, but I'd never experienced it. And she's roaring around this room, just cursing and just so angry and so forth. And I thought to myself, okay, I guess this is the last day I'll be in this studio, because I just figured she'd take it out on me, even though I had nothing to do with whatever was going on. And she got back over to the piano at one point, and she stood there just seething for a moment or two. And then she head came up and she shot me a glance, and she looked at me, and I thought, oh God, it's over now, you know. And then after a moment, she burst out laughing. And I was so relieved that she could laugh, whatever was going on. And I came to find out that she'd had a student who had kind of been her student who would ferry her around and do chores for her and so forth. And she had kind of been on the outs with him, but he had a key to her studio. She'd given him the key, obviously, so this was not his fault that he had a key. But he had been in there over the holiday and had left a score on the piano. I think it was a Messiah score, but it doesn't matter. And she was it just hit her the wrong way to come into her studio and find this person, not just somebody, but this person that she was on the outs with had left a score in there. And that was just a bridge too far. But, oh man, I didn't know her all that well, just one semester's worth. And I thought my life was over. Certainly my musical life was over. And when she turned and looked at me and then started laughing, I was unbelievably just so relieved. You can think of?
Well, Miss Harshaw was a very funny person. You know, she loved to make jokes, and I was one of those people that had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with her, and because I would drive her wherever she was comfortable with me and my little Virgil Vega. She loved Virgil the Vega, and so I would spend a lot of time with her, and we would laugh a lot about. I remember one time, this is just now coming to me. We went to. She had never had a Wendy's hamburger, and it was when Wendy's had just come out. And she and I went inside the Wendy's to get Wendy's burgers, and someone had given her a lesson on how to because they knew she told them she was going, how to eat a Wendy's burger. And all I remember was her getting hamburger juice all over herself, trying to get this fold of the paper that someone had instructed her on how to do it, and it didn't work at all. And that was pretty funny that night. And then the story of the list of things she told me to do, to remember about singing. She wrote out a list for me, and a very funny one on there was the sensation of phonation, the feeling of sound, between Tilly and Mamie. And Tilly and Mamie were the girls. She often referred to the girls. I don't know if her other female students heard about the girls, but I heard about the girls all the time. And Tilly and Mamie were the girls. And that was the sensation here of the feeling of sound here in your chest. So that, and she had written in parentheses, ha ha ha, I'll buy tickets. And so I don't know what that meant, but
And when the studio decided to have this picnic out at Lake Monroe, and so we all sauntered out there, and everybody, and people were playing volleyball, and we had grills set up and hamburgers and hot dogs and stuff, and so it was a real outdoor event. And there was this big covered area where you could eat, and picnic tables and stuff. Well, Harshaw was there with Oscar, and they weren't playing volleyball or anything, but they were certainly, just sort of watching everything go on. And then came time to eat. And so we're sitting there, and Oscar was sitting sort of across from me and a couple of people down. And so she came up to him and just said, she said, "Okay, Daddy, I'm going to fix your plate. What would you like?" Of course, for us, we're sitting here going, because you hardly ever saw them interact. And so she went and got him a hot dog or whatever, potato salad and chips, and came back. And she put it down. And he just looked up and he said, "Can I get another waitress?" And we're sitting there going, wondering. And she was like, she was going to hit him, And so, I think they, but that was seeing her away from her, from the studio. And you saw that she was just, and the times that I would, I think we all would take her to Kroger. Did you ever take her to Kroger? I did. And that was fun. And so, she'd get the shopping cart, and she would just, people would get in her way, and she would just, it was just really funny, again, to see her in that kind of a situation. Yeah. But because then it was a kind of a slightly different persona from the way she was in the studio.
Yeah. Interesting.
The one that makes me laugh the most is very short. She and I were in a car together. She didn't drive anymore by the time I met her. I'm not sure she ever drove, come to think of it. But we were going somewhere, and I had gone back for lessons. So this was after my master's work. And we were just talking about something, and I said, "Well, of course I'm paying you for this time." No. You know how she was. Once you're a student, always a student. And I had plenty of lectures about how to save my money. And don't forget, there will be 9 months of no work. You have to be prepared, and on and on. So I said, "No, I have to. I have to. I have a job now. No, yes, no, yes." And then suddenly we're both screaming at the top of our throats. And you know what? It was really loud in that car. And then we just both howled, and she had this great belly laugh that always incited that in my own soul. And because we were so serious so much of the time we were together, to have that moment of just total, this is hysterical. This is louder than, Hoyo to Ho right now in this car. So, yeah, I had some wonderful, wonderful, laughable memories like that. She came to everything when I was in school. She came to everything we ever did, all of us in the studio. Didn't often stay after to talk. We would see her at the lesson the next day. But she would always come. And one night, and I can't remember what it was, if it was opera or a concert, but there was this huge bouquet of flowers in my dressing room. And I thought, oh my God. And I looked at the card, "So sorry I can't be there tonight. Love, Margaret." And I said, "Margaret who?" Because I never in a million years called her Margaret. Still do not refer to her that way. She is always Miss Harshaw to me. But the minute it came out, Margaret who, was like, oh God, And then I just laughed and thought, I didn't remember that she told me she couldn't be here tonight. And so I just wasn't thinking about it. But again, she was thoughtful. If you didn't know her, you didn't know that about her. She was deadly serious about many, many things. But when she played hard and had a lot of fun.
I have a couple of things, human interest, you might say. One was sort of humorous that comes to mind. We were in her studio. She was hearing my private students. I was an AI, and she always heard our students before juries. Or actually sort of created a jury for them. And we were in there, and some of my students were singing, and there was this knock on the door, and a fellow baritone stuck his head in the door. I don't think anybody was singing at that moment, but he said, "Miss Harshaw, can you don't get your pound of flesh," which, okay, I guess I should not, which I thought that was kind of not the smartest move. But she was not reluctant to share her displeasure, as we know.
This is true. Yeah.
I always felt a little bit lucky in that I saw some people sort of, shall we say, reduced. And I was never that one. I was always the one that I heard from her every week for the first year. I heard, "You're too nice. You're too GD nice." And of course, what she meant was my artistic palette was limited by my inhibition. And I needed to find some vocal resources and some expressive resources that maybe weren't always nice as I thought of it. So I think since then I've broken out of a lot of that, for sure. Another thing that is very dear to us was our son was I want to say maybe 3 or 4 at the time we went to IU, and that first fall of '81. We went to the Ike, the Harshaw home for Halloween, and trick-or-treated there. And she yelled at Oscar, and Oscar yelled back, and came out with a tin of animal cracker cookies, you know, that metal tin, which is at this moment, all these 40 whatever years later, in our freezer with some coffee beans in it. Wow. And we've kept it. I'm sure there's lead on everything, but you know, so we have that Barnum and Bailey cookie tin in there.
That's fun.
But there were things like that. You know, she was, you know, she'd won a chocolate milk from the place across the street, so I'd run get it. You know, that kind of thing. One more thing that just crossed my mind that I had not thought of. She, and this is in the human interest category, I guess. I don't remember the aria I was working on. And Davis Hart was playing, you know, Davis. And this was probably during the time when I was being told every day that you're too nice. You know? And it might have been the aria from Wuthering Heights. I forget, but she said to me, "Leer at me." I don't. Okay. Now what do I do? You know, like, you know, I have no idea what kind of face I may have made, but my acting skills weren't at that Jedi place, you know. But that was a challenge, you know, because not just so I could be a better actor, but my intentions as an actor would affect the way I sang. Obviously, we know those things, yeah. But I don't think I was successful in that particular response. I don't know.
The problem with that is there's so many stories. It's always so hard to sort of get into the ones that, you know, the ones that should be brought out, and then the ones that shouldn't be brought out. I would say if one of them are related to singing, it's I look back. Some of my students look at me right now and they're horrified at some of the things that I was just willing to do that she asked me to do. I remember one lesson we were working on my embouchure, and she didn't think that this was tight enough. And I said, well, it can't be any tighter because I've got that skin there. And she goes, well, what do you mean? And I showed her that my upper lip, the thing that attaches your upper lip to the thing went all the way down all the way down my gums. Mm-hmm. And she looked at me and she said, you're going to have to get that cut. And I was like, okay. And I got it cut. So I don't have one anymore. And my students are horrified that I actually paid for oral surgery to do something that she wanted me to do. I guess I can definitely have a flat embouchure now because of it, but I'm not sure it was necessary. But she said, you're going to have to get that cut. And I got it cut. So I as I said, most of the time I was so intimidated by her that if she said jump, I just was like, how high? I think one of the most meaningful stories for me was at the end of a very hard lesson. She got really frustrated with me, as I think many of her students have had these kind of lessons, and this one was particularly rough. And I was on my way to the door. I know I had my hand on the door to go out. And she said, Jane, do you know how frustrating it is for me not when you don't get it right? And for some reason, I was so frustrated, I whipped my head around and I said, do you know how frustrating it is for me not to get it right? And then I realized I had sort of sassed back to the woman you do not sass back to, and I immediately started crying. It was the only time I cried in a lesson, and she wouldn't let me leave. She made me go back, sit on the couch, and she talked about anything but what just happened. And then when I got myself together again, she said, okay, you may go now. And then in very typical Miss Harshaw fashion, I get to the door again, I put my hand on the door, and she says, I hope you realize that this doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to be hard on you. And because I'm stubborn, I whipped around and I said, I wouldn't want it any other way. And out I went. And I'm sure I probably started crying as soon as I got out of the room. So that one is one that really gets in there. That's one I will never forget, because I had never cried in a lesson. I was always really good at holding it together. But that day, I'd had enough. And apparently she had too.
That's a great story. A great story, it really is, yeah. So, what, if anything, did she tell you about the business of singing?
I remember...
When did you first study with her? Do you remember the year?
It would have been 1983, I believe, the summer of 83, because the next year we moved to New Jersey, and during that summer, right after we moved, and right before I became pregnant with our son, I invited her to come for dinner. So, of course, I had my lesson. I drove her an hour to Westfield, and we drove her back afterwards, and we had a lovely evening together. And she liked our little house, and she said it had a nice feeling of home to it. And, a month later, I was pregnant. And our son was born the following spring, and he shared Miss Harshaw's birthday. He was born on May 12th. And I think she loved that. I mean, she was very excited when I called to tell her that we'd had our son, and his name was Alexander Joshua. And she made a point of saying, well, I like the Joshua better than Alexander, but it's a nice name. Okay, thank you. I got to Miss Harshaw later than most of you. But when I was in high school, I decided in April of my junior year that I was going to get out of Dodge. I was going to skip my senior year, and I was going to go off to conservatory and learn to be an opera singer. And April was a little late to decide this, of course, because universities and conservatories had already sent all their acceptance letters out for the coming fall. So the only two places that would permit me to audition at that late date were IU and the Manhattan School of Music. So I went out to IU and I auditioned. I sang Fischer Weise by Schubert, and Miss Harshaw agreed to take me into her studio. And I decided to stay in New York for, I think I was just sort of chicken to leave town because I'd grown up, I was the daughter of New Yorkers back many generations, and I thought, well, I think I'll just stay here. So, okay, fine. I go to the Manhattan School of Music. I do not learn how to sing, but I start working immediately afterwards. And 8 years go by, and at the suggestion of people whose opinions I definitely respected, I thought, well, all right, I'm going to go study with Miss Harshaw. And she taught at that time in the summers at the Westminster Choir College, and I only lived about an hour from there. So I can't remember if I was 28 or 29. I'm thinking probably 29, but in any case, I went to see her, and the first thing she said to me was, well, I wasn't good enough for you back then, eh? And I thought, oh dear, maybe this was a mistake. And she was very nice after that, but she just wanted to remind me that she hadn't forgotten.
Well, I'm lucky that I managed 4 years with her. I can't say that there lots of my brain somehow isn't wired to remember whole stories, though I know she told me plenty. But I have memories of things, of experiences that she had as a younger singer, even during her career. I mean, she was even though she wasn't in the business anymore, so to speak, she was only teaching. She was very opinionated about the singers who were singing, and when she'd come to see me sing at Lyric Opera of Chicago, she'd want to talk about the other singers who she heard, and that one is no good, or well, this voice is very good but not being used well, or which of course as a teacher and with her ear, oh my gosh. But I do remember her telling me about hearing Melchior at the old Met singing Siegfried. And it's Siegfried who has the long Welse, and her saying, I felt like my ears had been turned backwards. The noise was so big. I mean, I could hardly imagine anybody making a noise like that. And I heard Gulegina, I've heard Galuzin, I've heard some big voice singers, and it's hard to imagine what that might have been like. I remember her talking to me about Sutherland and telling me that Sutherland was looking for a more of a Wagnerian kind of career in the beginning of as she started, and me thinking to myself about these Lucia and the all these things where she's just tripping off these E's and E flats, and I'm studying Beatrice di Tenda right now and listening to Pavarotti and Sutherland and thinking how easy her high E is, and thinking, how is it possible this woman ever wanted to be a Wagnerian soprano? But what I heard, the thrust of what she was trying to say to me wasn't so much that she was made a career switch. It was more that the voice was big. It was a really big voice. I never got to hear Sutherland live. I was lucky enough to hear Pavarotti quite a few times, and also Domingo. But like that. It was just an interesting way, because in the beginning of my career, I was singing more things. All the bel canto stuff was my stuff, and still is my stuff. But I'm moving slowly away from it. But it was just interesting for me to hear that idea that just because you're going one direction doesn't necessarily mean, and just because your voice does a specific thing doesn't mean it's small. And her point was that the voice was big, and she heard her singing like I don't know, I want to say Lohengrin, like Elsa, or what's her name, Elsa, right? Yes. Like she heard it and thought it was great, but she was moving a different direction. Anyway, it was just interesting for me to think of that sort of thing. I know that she told me that she knew she was going to be a soprano even when she was a mezzo, which I thought was interesting, because I don't feel like that's always readily available. And even for somebody like yourself, Michael, I mean, having started as a baritone and moved to a tenor, I mean, somebody had to say it to you, even if in somewhere inside of you might have been thinking that there was a possibility. I always found it interesting that she knew from the start, or her teacher knew from the start, this is where you are now, this is not where you're going to end up. You're definitely going to end up, and of course, she was a soprano like Gangbusters. But she was a mezzo like Gangbusters too, which is interesting. And I liked it. She used to tell me stories about how she would, because she was quite a good pianist, even at the end. And I didn't meet her till she was 83-ish or something, and she could still play everything, and which I found incredible, especially because I could barely play anything, and so, which is okay. But and talking about singing with her sister, and having to perform for when guests would come over to the house, they'd have to sit and play and sing, and just like what a great experience that is as humans, to sit down and hear a concert, and even with them as young amateur singers before they became, well, the sister didn't go on to a career in music, but before she became who she became, I feel like in a way it's a little bit of lost art. You know, I mean, like, my oldest son plays the piano, and I'm sure if I prevailed upon him to come down and play for you, he might do it. You know, but it wasn't like this is what's going to happen when Mr. and Mrs. Johnson arrive. You're going to sit down and you're going to give us a little concert, and that's what they did. This is very cool. So I know she told me lots of stories about different singers and different conductors and directors and people she worked with, and people who argued and people who fought and people who had affairs and all these things that we discover in our tiny little world. I'm sure that I don't imagine that this is a singular thing, but of course, I mean, I was generally the last lesson of the day for her, and it was very often that my lesson would last 6 or 7 hours, and we wouldn't sing the whole time. Sometimes she would stop to eat in the middle, and I'd sit with her in the kitchen and cut bananas or something, you know, if she wanted me to, because she was absolutely she would only ask me to do that because. Yeah, I don't even know why she would ask me to do that, but I have a memory of cutting bananas for her one time. And, you know, like, but she did everything herself, and she was very self-sufficient and very energetic all the way to the end. And I found her to be tireless and in her search with me anyway to help me find this voice. And you know, nobody knows when they're going to go, but there's a you know, I know she knew she was closer to the end than she was to the beginning, and she wanted to make sure that I got as much of it as I could. So there were little fun things, you know, like when she was talking to me about about the projection of the voice, let's say, you know, there were a couple things she said to me. Number one is, you know, when I was taking the train back and forth between Lyric Opera of Chicago and Wilmette, where my parents were living, she would say, you know, you need to go and stand next to the train engine and sing. Can you sing louder than the train engine? You should be able to, you know. Like, that was an absolutely impossible concept for me, but, you know, like, I went and did it. I did it a lot, you know, and people didn't look at me that strangely, though. I have to admit, I didn't, you know, I don't think I was making that much noise, and they might not have known that's what I was doing. But it was very cool, you know, like a very cool, just a way to understand that I need to produce a sound, and not just yelling, but that the sound had to have the focus that she spoke about so often in order for it to penetrate the noise of the train engine. She also before I went to New York to sing at the Met, maybe even before my audition, I had a stage audition. I think this is what it was. She said, you know, right across the street from the Met is a restaurant called Fiorello's. As far as you're concerned, your audience should be sitting in that restaurant. And that's how far your voice needs to go in order for it to be heard, you know. And again, a completely foreign concept. And she wasn't telling me that. Again, she wasn't telling me I had to yell or anything like that. What she was saying was that a correctly produced voice is going to send sound like this, and that I need my sound to go like that, or these people are not going to be interested. Yeah. You know. So I mean, like, that was another, just, you know, as teachers, we have to find a million ways to say things. And this was her way of saying, not just that I had to make more noise, but the noise had to be produced the right way so that it could go to Fiorello's. I could sing louder than that train engine. And of course, the first time, my first time she ever heard me singing at Lyric Opera of Chicago, I was singing the Captain in Simone Boccanegra, which is a part that he makes his announcement in absolute silence. And I remember going to my lesson afterwards, wondering what she was going to say and thinking, well, I thought it went okay, you know. And first thing she said was, well, I couldn't hear you. Which I'm like, well, how could you not hear me? The orchestra wasn't even playing. It was just me singing. But anyway, I mean, I had to laugh about that. Of course, she meant it in, I guess, facetiously in a way, but all she was saying was that my body is capable of producing more sound, and that I need to continue to work at it.